Recording in progress.
Mauna na ako para makababa ako kaagad.
In-arrange ko na siyang 10-10 sa first third.
Ng resolution. Saan ay papasok? Ma'am, ay sir. Ay sir.
Yan na yung bago.
Ito na.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pa sisilil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingling. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsikta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga apit at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be led by the Honorable Representative Marjorie Ann Teodoro from the 1st District of Marikina.
Almighty God, we thank you for allowing us to stand in your presence as we dedicate another day in service to our country. We thank you for strengthening our integrity as leaders, that through this, we may serve fairly without prejudice, only justice. The Filipinos now carry heavy burdens brought by calamities. We pray you give us the strength to endure these extremely trying times. Let our country's blessings be bountiful, for we will not allow our faith to waver even when struck by adversities. We do not seek power nor prestige, but only your grace, that it may guide our judgments and actions to be agents of change for this nation. We pray you treat our minds as vessels, as they be filled with wisdom and knowledge, so we may overcome the crisis in our midst. God, allow your mercy and passion into our hearts, so these could be extended to alleviate the burdens of our countrymen who have less. As we all envision progress for this country, allow your grace to tie us in this shared goal. Let us see through your eyes that our differences need not be walls that divide, but become bridges where we find common ground for the greater good. All these could only be done through your grace. Amen.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Abunda. Acharon. Asidre. Acop. Adyong. Advincula. Agaraw. Alba. Albano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte. Alvarez Jose. Alvarez Mercedes. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante. Amatong. Ang. Angara. Aquino. Arbison. Arenas. Arrogancia. Asistio. Ataide. Omentado. Balindong. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskub. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Bernos. Billones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondo. Bongalon. Bordado. Bosita. Briones. Brosas. Buhain. Bulot Begtang. Bustos. Cabredo. Cagas. Kahayon Uy. Calderon. Calixto. Campos. Kawagdan. Cardema. Cari. Castro Franz. Castro Jane. Celeste. Chan. Chato. Chua. Chungalaw. Ko Angelica Natasha. Ko Elizaldi. Ko Pilar. Ko Juanco Jaime. Ko Juanco Mark. Colada. Coliantes. Corvera. Cruz Ambrosio. Cruz Ricardo. Cua. Quaresma. Dagoo. Dalipe. Dalog. Dayanghirang. Daza. De Jesus. De Venecia. Defensor. Del Mar. De Los Santos. Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid. Dimaporo City Amina. Dionisio. Domingo. Duavit. Duhali.
Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lezatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Juarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 311 members responded to the call.
With 311 members responding to the call, the Chair declares the presence of a quorum. The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions for first reading, as well as communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 1148, establishing a nursing home for homeless and abandoned senior citizens in every city or municipality in the Philippines, by Representative Ginto.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1149, prescribing a just and humane code of conduct for resettlement of underprivileged and homeless citizens, providing penalties for violation thereof, by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 1150, providing for a national housing development production and financing program, by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 1151, promoting comprehensive free public tertiary education by providing for quality, adequate, accessible university services, housing, health services, and student meals and quality and affordable food services in SUCs, by Representative Manuel.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1152, providing for the criminalization of red tagging, by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 1153, providing for the mandatory instruction of Philippine cinema and theater appreciation in secondary educational institutions in the country by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1154, amending the UP Charter of 2008 by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1155, upholding and promoting campus journalism and campus press freedom by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1156, providing for the inclusion in the curricula of secondary and tertiary education of the life works and ideals of Andres Bonifacio by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1157, prohibiting the establishment of political dynasties by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 1158, strengthening and expanding free public tertiary education and establishing source of funds for and upholding fiscal autonomy of student councils, government, and student publications by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1159, expanding the coverage of the NSTP by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1160, penalizing the imposition of a no permit, no exam policy or any such policy that prohibits students from taking their periodic or final examinations due to unpaid tuition and other school fees by Representative Manuel.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1161, instituting genuine agrarian reform in the country by Representatives Brosas, Castro Franz, and Manuel.
to the Committee on Agrarian Reform,
House Bill 1162, to establish the forest cadastre, providing for its procedures by Representative Salceda.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 1163, to promote reforestation and to increase wood production through the establishment of tree growing agreements by Representative Salceda.
to the Special Committee on Reforestation,
House Bill 1164, requiring the teaching of disaster awareness and disaster mitigation as part of the curriculum of all primary and secondary school by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1165, creating a barangay to be known as Barangay Tigpalas in San Miguel, Bulacan by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1166, providing for the construction, operation, and maintenance of a dam in Barangay Bayabas, Doña Remedios, Trinidad, Bulacan by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1167, establishing a national high school in Barangay Gabihan, San Ildefonso, Bulacan to be known as the Gabihan National High School by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1168, repealing the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016 by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 1169, declaring the municipality of Doña Remedios, Trinidad in the 3rd District of Bulacan as a tourist-friendly destination by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 1170, granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 1171, promoting inclusive and sustainable economic development through the institutionalization of One Town, One Product Philippines program by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 1172, granting 15 days of paid leave a year to employees whose spouse, parent, unmarried children, or when they themselves are suffering from serious illness by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill 1173, providing direct financial assistance to Filipino rice farmers, establishing for the purpose the Pantawid Magsasakang Pilipino program by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Poverty Alleviation,
House Bill 1174, directing the conversion of Sangli Point in Cavite City into an international logistic hub by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
House Bill 1175, providing a framework for the right to adequate food by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Human Rights,
House Bill 1176, to reconstruct and rehabilitate the existing 479-kilometer PNR line from San Fernando, La Union to Legazpi City, Albay, providing funds from the annual value-added tax collection by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1177, institutionalizing the One Tablet, One Student program for all students enrolled in public schools and SUCs by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 1178, further promoting entrepreneurship by strengthening, empowering, and enhancing the financing and other support programs for MSMEs, by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development,
House Bill 1179, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute, by Representative Revilla Bryan.
to the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 1180, regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, maintenance, and demolition of buildings, promoting building resilience against earthquake, fire, flood, landslide, storm, volcano, and multiple hazards, by Representative Plato.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1181, adopting a 30-year national infrastructure program, by Representative Plato.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1182, providing for the Magna Carta of BHWs, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1183, mandating the allocation of an area for ICT infrastructure and facilities in subdivisions and housing development projects, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 1184, establishing the Philippine Electronic Health or eHealth System and services in support of universal health care, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 1185, providing for the institutionalization of CMGP for road and bridge repair, rehabilitation, and improvement, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 1186, converting Capas Carlac into a component city to be known as the City of Capas, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1187, providing benefits and incentives to overseas Filipino workers investing in business in the Philippines, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 1188, establishing a credit assistance program for overseas Filipino workers, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 1189, expanding the coverage of compulsory insurance of OFWs, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 1190, protecting the remittances or money transfers of OFWs by requiring the disclosure of finance charges and other fees in connection with money transfer, compelling strict adherence to the terms and conditions of their transfer, penalizing violations thereof, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill 1191, requiring the establishment of quarantine facilities in every region in the country, by Representative Yap Christian Tel.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 1192, establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program, creating for the purpose the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Council, by Representative Garcia Dante.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 1193, promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security, by Representative Garcia Dante.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Special Committee on Food Security,
House Bill 1194, promoting the development of the bamboo industry by strengthening the Philippine Bamboo Industry Development Council, creating the Bamboo Industry Research and Development Center, providing incentives for bamboo plantation development, by Representative Garcia Dante.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 1195, establishing the Agriculture Information System in all cities and municipalities, by Representative Garcia Dante.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill 1196, institutionalizing student fare discount, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1197, providing for the summary titling of real properties used as sites for public schools nationwide, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill 1198, integrating road safety education as part of curriculum of the K-12 program, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1199, instituting the Magna Carta of Daycare Workers, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 1200, disbanding the purpose and application of the Special Education Fund, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1201, regulating class size in all public schools, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1202, reorganizing the offices of the COMELEC, by Representative Primicias Agabas.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 1203, establishing the Kawayan City High School for the Arts by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1204, establishing the Magna Carta for Barangays by Representative Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1205, requiring the use of building materials with recycled content in the construction of public buildings and other public infrastructure projects by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1206, prohibiting the importation of plastic waste by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1207, promoting the recycling of construction and demolition waste as components in building materials and providing incentives to all individuals and entities engaged therein by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1208, to include in the curricula of all public and private high schools and colleges a course on necessary life skills by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1209, granting discounts on basic and education services to underprivileged students in all levels, including those enrolled in TechVoc institutions by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1210, amending the GSIS Act of 1997 by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1211, ensuring the availability, adequacy, accessibility, and safety of food to every Filipino by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Food Security.
House Bill 1212, strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, repealing PD 1467 by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1213, increasing the social pension of indigent senior citizens by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1214, enhancing the protection and development of the Sierra Madre Range in the island of Luzon, creating for the purpose the Sierra Madre Conservation and Development Authority by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1215, declaring Barangay San Miguel, Etchaga, Isabela an ecotourism zone by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1216, establishing the Philippine Corn Research Institute by Representative D. Faustino Ino.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1217, providing for a revised human organ donation and transplantation program by Representative Fernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1218, renewing the franchise granted to ABS-CBN Corporation by Representatives Castro France, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 1219, reorganizing the field offices of the COMELEC by upgrading and creating certain positions by Representatives Castro France, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1220, requiring public officials and employees to execute a written permission to examine, inquire, or look into their bank deposits by Representatives Castro France, Brosas, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1221, amending the Act authorizing the COMELEC to designate precincts assigned to accessible polling places exclusively for PWDs and senior citizens by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill numbers 1222 to 1225 and 1228, converting certain avenues and streets in the 2nd District of Marikina into national roads by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill numbers 1226, 1229, and 1230, establishing certain elementary and high schools in the 2nd District, City of Marikina by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1227, renaming Amang Rodriguez Memorial Medical Center to Amang Rodriguez Medical Center by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1231, providing for a system of postal voting by senior citizens by Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1232, establishing a private hospital development plan and providing assistance to private hospitals by granting of incentives by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1233, providing for the prevention and treatment of drug and alcohol abuse among high-risk youth by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1234, requiring developers of proposed condominium projects to develop an area for socialized housing by Representative Herrera.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 1235, creating the telecommunications relay system for persons with hearing disabilities and persons with speech disabilities by Representative Herrera.
to the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities,
House Bill 1236, promoting all restaurants, applicable food establishments, and food-related businesses to aid food insecurity and to prevent food wastage in the country through a zero hunger food rescue program by Representative Herrera.
to the Special Committee on Food Security,
House Bill 1237, amending Section 324D of the Local Government Code of 1991 by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1238, establishing a rental housing subsidy program for informal settler families by Representative Copilar.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
House Bill 1239, establishing a general hospital in Victorias Negros Occidental to be known as the Victorias City General Hospital by Representative Benitez.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill 1240, upgrading the benefits and incentives of Barangay Tanod members who have rendered at least 1 year of service in the barangay government by Representative Romulo.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1241, granting additional insurance benefits to punong barangay by Representative Romulo.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1242, providing for the rank classification in the BFP and BJMP by Representative Romulo.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 1243, increasing the monthly social pension of indigent senior citizens by Representative Guico.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 1244, to provide for the efficient and regular distribution of current information and government assistance programs by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Public Information,
House Bill 1245, granting the right of franchisees to develop the rural airport infrastructure network in the Philippines for commercial by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1246, to establish competitive grant programs to retain highly qualified teachers in rural communities by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1247, to require each agency of the government to establish and implement a policy under which employees shall be authorized to telework by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation,
House Bill 1248, imposing a nationwide ban on the use of single-use plastics to eliminate plastic pollution in the Philippines by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 1249, establishing an elementary school in Barangay Paldit, Sison, Pangasinan to be known as the Paldit Elementary School by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 1250, increasing the yearly allocation for scientific and technological activities by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 1251, increasing the penalties for criminal negligence involving motor vehicles by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill 1252, penalizing the use of sidewalks for commercial and/or personal purposes by Representative Guico.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 1253, renaming the Ninoy Aquino International Airport as the Manila International Airport by Representative Cardema.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 1254, postponing the December 5, 2022 barangay and SK elections by Representative Owano Dizon.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 1255, providing for comprehensive atomic regulation, creating for the purpose the Philippine Atomic Regulatory Commission by Representative U. Divina Grace.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Science and Technology, and the Committee on Energy,
House Bill 1256, declaring Bakulan Falls in Golictop, Midsalip, Zamboanga del Sur as ecotourism site by Representative U. Divina Grace.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill 1257, providing for the establishment of a district hospital in Ramon Magsaysay, Zamboanga del Sur, to be known as Ramon Magsaysay District Hospital by Representative U. Divina Grace.
to the Committee on Health,
Additional reference of business resolutions. House Resolution number 120, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of the Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos, former President of the Republic of the Philippines, founder and chairperson emeritus of Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats Lakas CMD, by Representatives Romualdez FM, Delipe, Libanan, and Marcos.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution number 121, entitled Resolution Conveying the Deepest Condolences of the Members of the House of Representatives of the Congress of the Philippines to His Excellency Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and the people of Japan on the untimely demise of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe by Representatives Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, Libanan, and Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 122, resolution expressing the profound empathy, compassion, solidarity, and support of the House of Representatives for the victims of the magnitude 7.0 earthquake on July 27, 2022 in the province of Abra and its neighboring areas by Representatives Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, Libanan, and Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 129, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Rolando G. Andaya Jr., former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Camarines Sur during the 11th, 12th, 13th, 15th, 16th, and 17th Congresses by Representatives Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, and Libanan.
To the Committee on Rules. The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session resumed. The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the reference of business.
Please repeat, Mr. Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the reference of business.
There's a motion to suspend the reference of business. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Concurrent Resolution Number 2, and may request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the House Concurrent Resolution.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read House Concurrent Resolution Number 2.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 2, resolution supporting the 2022 to 2028 medium-term fiscal framework of the national government.
The Honorable Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Concurrent Resolution Number 2 is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the lady from Marikina, the Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo, to sponsor House Concurrent Resolution Number 2.
The lady from Marikina, the Honorable Stella Kimbo, is recognized. Please proceed, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. I stand before this august chamber today to sponsor a resolution adopting the national government's medium-term fiscal framework, or MTFF, as anchor for the annual spending and financing plan of the national government and for Congress when preparing the annual budget. It is important that congressional initiatives are aligned with the economic recovery programs of the national government. After more than 2 years of combating the pandemic, the country is gradually moving towards economic recovery. After experiencing the largest GDP contraction of 9.6% in 2020, we posted a positive GDP growth of 5.6% in 2021, followed by an 8.27% growth in the first quarter of 2022. Mr. Speaker, despite these recent gains for our economy, significant challenges remain for us to achieve sustainable and inclusive growth. Debt to GDP ratio is high at 63.5%, while inflation rate, recorded at 6.1% in June 2022, is at its highest level since October 2018. We expect further risks from the prolonged war between Russia and Ukraine, which continues to impact global oil prices, which in turn affects the prices of basic commodities like food and transport services. Note that electricity prices also rose by 19.2% last month. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this body, we need to immediately address the rising prices of commodities as well as the scarring caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. In the medium term, we need to create high quality as well as green jobs. And we create such jobs by investing more in infrastructure, human capital development, and digitalization. the government is set to continue and strengthen the previous administration's Build, Build, Build program and introduce retooling and reskilling interventions for Filipino workers. That is exactly the objective of the MTFF. In the short run, keep the macroeconomy stable and provide adequate social services. In the medium term, generate more jobs, quality jobs, green jobs. Ang panawagan ng marami, Mr. Speaker, hanap buhay na maglalagay ng pagkain sa mesa at mag-aangat ng mga pamilya mula sa kahirapan. The MTFF is a comprehensive document that outlines a holistic and comprehensive policy direction for our country, both in the immediate and medium term. It contains an 8-point socio-economic agenda aimed towards immediate job creation and poverty reduction. These include the following: attaining food security, reduction of transport and logistic costs, reduction of energy cost to families, addressing public health concerns, strengthening of social protection programs, return to face-to-face classes, enhanced bureaucratic efficiency, sound fiscal management. The macroeconomic targets for the next 6 years are as follows: 6.5 to 7.5% GDP growth in 2022, 6.5 to 8% annual GDP growth from 2023 to 2028, 9% poverty rate by 2028, 3% national government deficit by 2028, less than 60% debt to GDP ratio by 2025, and upper middle income country status for the Philippines, with each Filipino earning at least $4,046 per year. The MTFF, Mr. Speaker, also provides an agenda for the medium term, which includes the promotion of investments, improvement of physical and digital infrastructure, energy security, promotion of R&D, and the adoption of a green and blue economic roadmap. The MTFF further advocates for fiscal discipline through consolidation. The government shall endeavor to improve tax administration through enhancing the efficiency and fairness of our tax system. The philosophy is simple: efficient collection of taxes, especially under a strong economy, ensures adequate funding for government programs. Magagamit rin ang karagdagang pondo mula dito upang magbigay ng sapat na social protection sa Pilipino at mga programa laban sa climate change. While challenges remain, Mr. Speaker, the prospects for economic recovery are good and arguably even better with a plan guided by a sound framework. To fully recover and to achieve high, sustainable, and inclusive economic growth, what we need is a comprehensive and concrete plan that maps out the policy direction for this government in the near future. Hence, the MTFF. The implementation of the MTFF ensures we will build back better from the pandemic. Again, this framework shall be the anchor of the 2023 budget, which the Executive Department is expected to submit to this body in less than 1 month. We in the Committee on Appropriations will work hard to ensure that the budget bills will help achieve the goals laid out in the framework. Mr. Speaker, mga kapwa kong mambabatas, sana po ay suportahan natin ang panukalang ito at suportahan natin ang layunin ng MTFF, pagbangon at pag-unlad para sa lahat. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
What is the pleasure of the Honorable Majority Floor Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we also recognize the honorable gentleman from Albay, Congressman Joey Sarte Salceda, for his sponsorship of House Concurrent Resolution number 2.
The Honorable Joey Salceda from Albay is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Ay, talaga. Opo. Sige po.
You may proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm waiting for the slides.
Oo, kung ano yung wish list mo, yun naman ang nilagay ko. So, tingnan na lang natin. Siyempre, yung mga mainit na mga yes. So, yun yung mga parang hindi ko masigurado na ipasok. Pero yung written list, wala naman masyadong gusto sa akin. So, probably yung
51 nga eh.
ang alam ko po upro.
Hindi kaya.
Ngayon, yung energy, hindi ko pa nakitaan ng lista. So, siguro po baka
Session suspended.
inuna lang yung upro para makaswipe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed. Please
This-
proceed, Your Honor.
This is a little bit new to many, especially with a lot of our neophytes. This is just to enlighten for our self-edification on the precedents and principles for a medium-term fiscal framework. Next. So what is the rationale, the precedents, the comparatives, and the legal effect and constitutionality? Next. So why adopt a medium-term fiscal strategy? Next. Well, if you just look at from OECD, which is actually the golden standard on fiscal policy, a medium-term budget framework, if applied rigorously, provides a very clear statement of the revenue and expenditure effects of maintaining current government policies or changes thereof, and a mechanism for controlling the introduction of new and tracking budget implementation beyond a single year. It provides a transparent basis for accountability of the executive branch and necessary foundation for a more detailed results-oriented budgeting. Next. So what's the difference between the MTFF and the medium-term fiscal program of the DBCC? The medium-term fiscal program reflects projected revenues, expenditures, and deficit in the next 3 years. Next. The difference between MTFF and the DBCC is that the MTFF is actually a bigger arch view, taking into account how revenues and expenditure can be optimized so that this can be mobilized and utilized in order to gain the maximum benefit and high multiplier effect for the economy. Next. So why adopt a medium-term fiscal framework? Just going by the OECD Manual on Fiscal Transparency, the Marcos administration, first of its kind MTFF, complies virtually with every of the 5 basic principles on fiscal transparency. I can go one by one, but I was actually told to make it short. And from the OECD Manual on Transparency on Recommendation, there also are inside the way the current joint concurrent resolution already embodies. However, next page. But we can propose a certain amendment that the Congress shall exercise oversight on the medium-term fiscal framework and its implementation through a congressional committee which shall focus on and investigate nonfeasance in the attainment of its targets and implementation of its proposed policies and proposed remedial policies and practices thereto. So what are the precedents locally? Next. Actually, it was my good friend from Albay, my very good friend and ally, Congressman Lagman, who introduced in 2004, very early on, a similar, almost medium-term fiscal program when he called for recommend policies and strategies to reduce debt service as institutional and infrastructural measures to ensure sound fiscal and monetary status of the national government. September 21, 2004. A counterpart Senate joint resolution with the same title was filed by Senator Biazon and Pangilinan, but was not approved by the Senate. Next. This is where you will find it. Then prior proposals, the closest proposal to an enacted medium-term fiscal plan would have been HB 3890 filed by Representative, our good friend Nonoy Andaya on March 8, 2005. This was refiled in 2010 and 2016, and the bill was finally approved on third reading as HB 7302, but diluted as the medium-term fiscal accord between Congress and the executive branch into a medium-term fiscal strategy unilaterally by the DBCC instead of jointly by Congress and the executive. This is the HB 3890. Next. Actually, it was done by our good friend, now CSC Chairman Carlo Nograles. Comparatives. The best comparative actually is Australia. These are attached, these types of NTFF are actually attached to the annual budget. So you can go on and on. The other comparative is India. Next. Next. I have 5 more pages. So in India, the same medium-term fiscal policy statement is presented to Parliament. And it sets out 3-year rolling targets for 4 specific fiscal indicators: deficit, fiscal deficit, tax to GDP, debt to GDP. Exactly what our MTFF is all about. The other comparative is, of course, the entire European Union, which directs all its member states to essentially adopt a medium-term fiscal framework with the following elements, such elements being already embodied in Joint Resolution number 1. Next. Next. And for greater and more great perspective, which countries actually have medium-term perspective in the budget process at the central level of government? This is as of 2018. Indonesia, 4 years. Malaysia, 3 years. Myanmar, 3 years. In terms of the ceilings, Philippines, Singapore, 5. Thailand, 5. In other words, most of the countries we are currently surrounding us or are comparable to us are actually already doing the MTFF as a best practice in order to give Congress a guidance rather than next. So just a note to the table, Japan's MTF is stipulated. Well, anyway, I will leave us a copy of this presentation. Next. With respect to constitutionality, my last point. Article 6, Section 25, it says that the form, content, and manner of preparation of budget shall be prescribed by law. A short discussion on whether a joint resolution is a law, the Supreme Court has already clear under Ang Nor's ruling, which says that a joint resolution is not a bill, and therefore no joint resolution has been enacted into law since October 8, 2019, due to the Supreme Court ruling. The resolution on the MTFF does not change the form, content, and manner of preparation of the budget, but merely supports the proposed MTFF. The resolution merely adopts the MTFF as guidance. So this is basically what the MTFF says. Next. Next. This is the last page. This is the substantial elements of the MTFF. A 6.5 to 7.5 real GDP, 9% poverty rate, which means 15 million more people will be lifted from poverty, 3% NG deficit from 7.6% in 2021, less than 60% NG debt to GDP ratio by 2025, Most likely, we can go as low as 52%, and at least 4,256 or upper middle income status in the world. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I fully support the approval, the passing of this Congress of the medium-term fiscal framework as a necessary guidance to Congress, as a way for fiscal prudence, in order it could guide us in the way we propose in order to achieve the goals set forth by the Marcos administration. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize once more the Honorable Maria Luz Stella Kimbo of Marikina.
The Honorable Stella Kimbo of Marikina is again recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I also move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Ed Seligman, to interpellate the sponsor of House Concurrent Resolution Number 2.
The gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Ed Seligman, is hereby recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, would the distinguished sponsor yield to interpellation?
The lady may do so if she so desires.
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, would the distinguished lady recall whether past Congresses approved and supported through a concurrent resolution the previous administration's medium-term fiscal framework, or MTFF?
Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of Congress for only 3 years now, but as far as I remember, no, Mr. Speaker.
I have been also a member of this August chamber for a number of terms. I don't recall that this Congress passed a concurrent resolution approving or supporting the administration's medium-term fiscal framework. Now, would the distinguished lady, in a nutshell, say or formulate what is the essence and import of the 2022-2028 medium-term fiscal framework?
Mr. Speaker, this framework is very important. It is a framework. All it does is it provides targets. It lays down assumptions. It basically indicates the policy directions that we are to take in the next 6 years, considering the macroeconomic targets that were identified. So, Mr. Speaker, simple lang po. Sa madaling salita, sa kahit na anong larangan, lalo na po na kung merong budget requirement, napaka-importante po na meron tayong guiding principles na ina-adopt. So, although this is the first time that we are proposing to do this, at the start of every budget deliberation, we always sit down with our economic managers and they lay down the assumptions, they tell us what the targets are, and they identify what the priority programs are. So, Mr. Speaker, hindi po nalalayo ang framework na to sa ginagawa na natin in the past. The only difference, Mr. Speaker, is that it is written. So for the first time, they have called the numbers. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, tumataya ang ating national government. At napakahalaga ng activity na yon. So at this point in time, with this piece of paper, everybody is on the same page. Each one of us here, at a certain point, will have to vote on the budget. At least, klaro, nakasulat sa papel kung ano ang dapat natin gawin in the next 6 years. Para sa akin po, even if it's the first time that we're doing this, arguably, nothing in the rules prevents us from doing this. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, sa aking palagay, bilang isang ekonomista, this is actually adopting global best practice, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, bakit ba yung previous administrations ay walang written fiscal framework which guided the economic policies of the previous administrations? Is this the first time that we are having this medium-term fiscal framework?
Mr. Speaker, meron tayong tinatawag na medium-term development plan at ginagawa po natin yan every time we have a new president. We have not abandoned that practice. It's a very good practice. But I believe that this is the first time that in Congress, right before the budget deliberation, that we are adopting this written framework. But in principle, the medium-term development plan is precisely what captures it. But the difference, Mr. Speaker, is that it takes 1 year for the medium-term development plan to be printed. So yun po sa akin ang malaking pagkakaiba. I guess in the spirit of expediency, minarapat ng ating executive na ngayon pa lang ay isulat na sa isang dokumento ang ating assumptions, ang ating priority programs at ang ating macroeconomic targets para sa susunod na 6 na taon.
Well, I recall, Mr. Speaker, that during the previous administrations, we had also these targets and assumptions. As a matter of fact, before we start the budget hearings, there is this meeting wherein the DBCC would project these targets and assumptions to guide us in the process of approving the national budget. So that is actually nothing new about this. Now, the MTFF is a target. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, could you kindly repeat the question?
MTFF are targets and assumptions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, how movable are these targets?
Mr. Speaker, this is a forward-looking document, as indicated, third paragraph of the first page. It is a forward-looking document, meaning to say it is not cast in stone. And if you look at a number of the figures, the footnote would say, for example, on page 20, which shows the debt to GDP path from 2016 to 2028. Obviously, ang actual figures lang po dito ay hanggang 2021. The document says the debt to GDP path may be updated at the beginning of the next Congress, etc. And there's another figure that says these are indicative numbers. They are subject to updating. So that is the very nature of a forward-looking document. It is not certain, it is not cast in stone, but it is humble enough to admit that with new numbers coming in, clearly there could be a need to recalibrate the figures, Mr. Speaker.
I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the distinguished lady noticed footnote number 1 on page 1.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
This is actually a caveat or an option to recalibrate the targets. Is it that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but as the need to recalibrate the figures arises, because the guiding principles are already indicated in the document, at least, Mr. Speaker, alam natin kung ano ang direksyon ng recalibration kung kinakailangan. And again, Mr. Speaker, I will emphasize that that is precisely the purpose of this framework. Kapag nakalatag po ang economic principles, na ating susundan. At least po, kung kinakailangan po natin mag-update ng ating plano moving forward, madali na po.
Mr. Speaker, actually, invariably, any recalibration would be a downward target. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, not necessarily so. Maraming mga bagay na hindi natin mapre-predict. Hindi po natin na-predict na magkakaroon tayo ng digmaan sa Russia at sa Ukraine. And this precisely is one of the reasons for why we are facing, or we had faced, and we continue to face significant oil price hikes. So hindi po natin malalaman kung downward or upward ang ating target. Hindi natin malalaman kung dahil sa successful collaboration ng executive and the two other branches of government, we might actually outdo the targets that are indicated here. Earlier, I was having a conversation with Chairman Mark Go, and he says, some of these targets here, we can easily achieve. Magdilang anghel sana si Chairman Go, hindi natin po alam if we may outdo certain targets, and so we don't know the direction of recalibration, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time.
In the experience of the distinguished sponsor, could you tell us instances where the recalibration or updating was forward and not downward?
Well, in recent history, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, downward. And it's because minahalas po tayo, Mr. Speaker, nagkaroon tayo ng Taal volcano eruption, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemya. Nobody ever predicted the extent of the economic damage and scarring produced by the pandemic. So in recent history, I submit, targets had to be reduced rather than increased, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, again, we don't know what the future has in store for us. Again, at this point in time, we are working on economic recovery. Kaya nga po, nandito ang MTFF. Malay po natin, tayo ay maging successful, in which case, baka naman hindi po downward ang ating adjustment, kundi upward.
What are the factors, distinguished sponsor, which must impel the updating of the MTFF?
Well, I can begin, Mr. Speaker, with exogenous shocks, economic events that are beyond our control. So we may be, for example, we may need to watch, obviously, the developments in Russia and Ukraine. That's number one. And secondly, well, because we are a very small economy, at sinasabi nga nila, tuwing humahatching ang US economy, nagkakasakit ang mga maliliit na ekonomiya tulad ng Pilipinas. So one thing that we need to watch out for is what the Fed and the US will do, particularly with respect to interest rate hikes. So as we all know, yan din ang dahilan kung bakit kinailangan natin recently magtaas din ng interest rate hikes as a result of what the Fed and the US did. For a while, ang sabi ng BSP, baka hindi natin kailangan gawin, pero ang tindi na po ng pressures on inflation, particularly in inflation expectations. At ang dahilan nito ay kinailangan natin magtaas na rin ng interest rate. So offhand, yun po yung dalawang pwede natin pong bantayan na unfortunately are beyond our control and therefore could be a source of a need to recalibrate our figures, Mr. Speaker.
In other words, Mr. Speaker, what would impel the updating of these targets would be fortuitous events, like a pandemic or a war. Because other than these fortuitous events, I think the government must try to hold on two targets because cynically, any downgrading would be will be thought to be an expedient cover-up for the simple failure to realize the original targets. Whenever possible, Mr. Speaker, the attempt to update should be resisted. The people want to know how ably the administration can overcome challenges to the attainment of the targets. Would the distinguished lady agree?
Substantially, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Yes. Should an updating become imperative, the old and the new targets must be constantly juxtaposed, perhaps in a table, to permit comparison of the old dream and the new dream. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, why is the MTFF emphasizing more infrastructure development compared to human development?
Mr. Speaker, I will have to disagree with that observation. There is nothing that would clearly indicate a lopsided attention being given to infrastructure. But there is, of course, emphasis on investments in digital infrastructure, which I believe no one in this room will disagree with. So sobrang kabagalan po ng ating internet at dahil po sa pandemya, ay ang pandemya ay naging isang malaking lesson sa atin, emphasizing the need to modernize our economy and to shift to a digital economy. And that's the reason for why, if you take a subjective assessment of the MTFF without looking at numbers, there is clearly emphasis being given to digital infrastructure, Mr. Speaker.
Now, let me go to specifics, Mr. Speaker. With respect to infrastructure spending under the MTFF, 5.5% of GDP in 2022 will rise to 6.3% of GDP in 2028. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But is there any equivalent percentage in this MTFF with respect to how much socioeconomic services will be a portion of the GDP or of the disbursement of the government?
Mr. Speaker, what the MTFF does is it lays down general principles. It says that it's very important, for example, in the 8-point socioeconomic agenda, in addition to food security, health, energy costs, etc., there is a need to strengthen social protection in the medium run.
Yes.
And then as we move to the medium term, where it is very important to create jobs, then there is mention of the need to improve infrastructure. And the reason for why perhaps the detailed numbers as to how much needs to be put in for these sectors is not in this document is because precisely that is the job of Congress. So I believe that the specifics as to how the budget will ultimately be allocated to these priority sectors is up for Congress to decide on.
Well, let me just reiterate. With respect to infrastructure spending, and I agree that infrastructure is the engine for growth. The MTFF was very specific. 5.5% of GDP in 2022, which will rise to 6.3% of GDP in 2028. But how about economic and social services? How much of the GDP or how much of the disbursement of the government should go to social and economic services, on education, health, employment, etc. There is no figure nor target provided for in the MTFF. Would the distinguished sponsor confirm such observation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have yet to see the NEP. Once the NEP is submitted to us by, I believe, latest August 23, then it will be clear to us exactly how much will be allocated to these sectors. But suffice it to say that this document, the MTFF, in the penultimate paragraph, reminds us that the upcoming 2023 to 2025 budget and appropriations will continue to prioritize health, education, etc. Which, again, Mr. Speaker, is precisely the importance of this document. So, ngayon pa lang, klaro po sa bawat miyembro ng Kongreso na ito talaga ang mga sektor na bibigyan natin ng halaga.
Well, the NEP, the National Expenditure Program, is an articulation of the MTFF. But I think it's very clear that in the MTFF, while infrastructure is given a percentage of expenditure or of the GDP, nothing is mentioned on a percentage basis with respect to socio-economic services. That is, to me, very clear, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady. Nothing is mentioned with respect to the percentage allocation given to economic and social services, which is the framework of human development.
Mr. Speaker, there are very important policy statements with respect to human capital, which also relates to poverty reduction. It is very clear on page 5 of the document that we need to strengthen the core functions of poverty reduction and human capital investment of the 4 Ps. So as we know, ang 4 Ps po, ang ating conditional cash transfer program, ito ang ating flagship program para sa human capital development and poverty reduction. At klaro naman po dito sa dokumento na bibigyang halaga ang pagpapatuloy at pagpapalakas at pagpapalawak ng 4 Ps program.
Well, I will not belabor that point, Mr. Speaker. What is not there is not there. Now, what percentage of the disbursement of the budget and also what percentage of the GDP will be taken up by debt service?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that is beyond the scope of this framework. So it is, at this point in time, there are no specific
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Sorry,
but that service should be part and parcel of this framework because that service would eat so much of our revenues and our appropriation, so much so that there is a need for the people to know what is the projected expenditure for that service, which we could not even avoid because of a PD 1177, which automatically provides that debt, both principal and interest, must be paid automatically, even without passing this August chamber.
Mr. Speaker, again, this framework is merely a set of economic principles, a set of guiding posts, which we need to keep in mind when we begin to review, approve, and amend the budget. So that the NEP is about to be submitted in a couple of weeks. Let us not preempt the discussion on that. What is clear at this point is that we are targeting a debt-to-GDP ratio of less than 60% by 2028. So that, I believe, is the figure that we can focus on. So it's a pledge to our people that we will return to pre-pandemic levels in 6 years, which, again, it's a big task. No? Alam naman po natin sa laki po ng inutang natin para sa pandemic response. At ang commitment mula sa ating national government is within 6 years, pagkatapos po ng termino, is babalik na po sa dati ang magnitude ng utang ng ating bansa. Mr. Speaker.
Let me just recall, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady, that in 2022, our debt service already reached 1.2 trillion pesos. And may we know what is the projection of the government on how much we are going to allocate for debt service in 2023?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I would love to answer your question, but it is not part of the document which we are adopting, which we're proposing to adopt this afternoon.
That is the problem with this document. A very important component is not there, and it is about debt service. Because our fiscal policy should also consider debt service, because debt service devours so much of infrastructure allocations as well as economic and social services for health, education, employment, etc. But this is not here.
But, Mr. Speaker,
We are not going to support a medium-term fiscal framework without a very important component like debt service.
Mr. Speaker, I am one with Honorable Edsel Lagman na napaka-importante talaga na pag-usapan kung magkano ang ilalagay natin para sa pagbayad sa ating utang. Ayaw po natin na malunod sa utang na ginawa na kinailangan natin kunin in the last 2 years to respond to the pandemic. But this document, although it doesn't specify the amount to be paid for that service, nandito po ang mga layunin nang sa ganon, mababayaran natin ang utang natin. So anong sinasabi ko po, nandito po ang mga prinsipyo, nandito po ang mga targets tulad ng pagpapalakas ng ekonomiya. Ano ang mga kailangan natin gawin para muling bumangon ang ating ekonomiya? In the medium term, that means kailangan natin magparami ng trabaho. And only when a person or a family has a head that has a job, that's the only way that poverty can ultimately be reduced. So all of these, shall I say, throughputs, ibig sabihin yung intermediate na kailangan gawin nang sa ganon, mapalakas ang ekonomiya and ultimately, mabayaran ang utang, yun po ang nilalaman ng MTFF. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, this is a preliminary document. It's just guidance for us. Ito po ang bit-bit natin pagpupunta tayo sa mga budget briefings at deliberations. Keeping in mind na ito ang ating gustong makamit in the next 6 years. Pero hindi pa ito ang ating NEP, hindi pa ito ang ating budget. Ito lang po ay guidance para sa ating pag-aproba ng budget.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I will not belabor the point. What is not there is not there. Now, the MTFF talks about the guiding principles of coherence of strategy. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
How coherent are these strategies?
Mr. Speaker, if you're asking my opinion as an economist, the answer is it is coherent. It is a framework that makes a distinction between the short run and the medium term. It follows what we call in economics a production function, where you think about the outcome that you wish to achieve, and think about the inputs that are needed to achieve those outcomes, and looking at the pathways from these inputs to outputs. So if that is the question, if you're asking me if this framework is based on sound economic principles, the short answer is yes, Mr. Speaker.
No, I was asking about how coherent as the strategies. Again, let me go back to that service, distinguished lady. A huge debt service would result to a budget deficit. In order to plug this problem, government may be forced to borrow domestically and internationally. And once we borrow, this will further exacerbate the debt service. So what is the consistency here between putting a stop to the budget deficit and at the same time solving the budget deficit by borrowings?
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about debt service, and when we speak of allocating more resources to pay for our debts, that will not necessarily always result in a ballooning deficit. Why? Because the deficit has two parts. There's a revenue part, there's an expenditure part. Clearly, debt servicing is part of the expenditure part. Pero tatandaan po natin, Mr. Speaker, meron pa tayong revenues. And that's precisely what we are seeking to do. We want to be all on the same page with respect to what it takes to generate more revenues. What it takes to generate more revenues is to come up with a stronger economy. Ito na po ang sangkap, ito na po ang ingredients, ang mga kailangan natin gawin para mapalakas ang ating ekonomiya. And when you have a stronger economy, you have robust, sustainable, inclusive growth, it will follow po, dadami ang revenues, at kahit sabihin pa natin, lumalaki ang kailangan natin for debt service, as long as lumalaki ang ating revenues, hindi po necessarily lalaki ang ating deficit. So, going back to coherent, I stand by my opinion that it is sound and it is coherent.
Now, we talk about revenues. In this NTFF, is there any projection of how much revenues we are going to collect for 2022 and onwards?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. There are, on page 17 of the document, table entitled Medium-Term Fiscal Program, there are revenue projections from 2022 all the way down to 2028. Mr. Speaker.
What is the revenue projection for 2022?
For 2022, it's 3.3 trillion. 2028, it goes all the way up to 6.6 trillion.
And what is or what are the basis for these projections?
Mr. Speaker, I would surmise, if I were to do I did not generate these calculations, but if I were to do it, I would come up with a growth model, predict GDP growth rate for the next 6 years, and then just assume or have a target collection rate, which is what was done in the table. That would be the resulting target for the next 6 years, Mr. Speaker.
That is the problem of this MTFF. We are given targets, but we are not given insights of how the targets would be achieved. Now, for example, there is a target of 9% poverty incidence by 2028. Would the distinguished lady confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, have we in the past achieved this low poverty incidence?
Not in recent history, Mr. Speaker. The reason for why we are currently at about 18% poverty incidence is because of the recent spike resulting from the pandemic. So we were on a downward trend. I believe we had reached, I think, 12 or 13%. But then, of course, that trend changed because of the pandemic and the Taal volcano eruption. So, short answer, what's the reason for why there was a downtrend prior to these fortuitous events? Part of it is success of the 4 Ps. Yan naman talaga po, ang dahilan po kung bakit isa siyang programa na ina-expect po natin na siyang nagsusolve ng poverty problem, it's because simple lang naman po yung layunin ng programa. So long as you keep your children in school, you will get a cash transfer. So yung cash transfer is the incentive to keep kids in school. And so, noong nagkaroon po tayo ng first graduates ng 4 Ps, unti-unti pong bumaba ang ating poverty incidence. Kaya nga lang po, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic at yan ang dahilan po kung bakit naiba po ang trend in recent years. Pero ang aking palagay, because the MTFF precisely states that the 4 Ps continues to be the flagship program for poverty reduction and human capital, I believe that we can easily return to that downward trend, Mr. Speaker.
My question was very simple, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady. Have we achieved in the past a 9% poverty incidence?
My answer was also simple. I said not in recent history, and I began to explain why, Mr. Speaker.
How about in the past?
For sure, Mr. Speaker, at one point, it was 9%. I don't exactly remember when that was. That was maybe decades ago. It was a different context altogether. Our population was not as big as it is today. It was a different socio-political context, which perhaps arguably is not relevant. But what I believe is relevant is the recent downward trend in poverty incidence, Mr. Speaker.
For example, during the martial law regime, what was the poverty incidence?
Mr. Speaker, bata pa po ako noon. Baka mas naalala niyo pa po. If you can share with us that figure, we would appreciate that, Mr. Speaker.
Now, during the time of President Corazon Aquino, what was the poverty incidence?
Mr. Speaker, if the kind gentleman from Albay does not have the data with him, I would like to ask for a suspension, 2-minute suspension just to get the data, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended for 3 minutes.
they changed the way they collected. It's really not comparable. Yan. Hinahanap natin. But they changed the way they collected kasi eh. So hindi siya comparable. No, hindi. Hindi yung pag-compute.
Session is resumed. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize once more the Honorable Lady from Marikina, Stella Luz Kimbo, and the gentleman from Albay, the distinguished Representative Ed Salagman, to continue with his interpellation.
Please proceed, Your Honors.
Mr. Speaker, I have a pending question.
Please proceed, Your Honor.
I think we are waiting for the response of the distinguished lady.
Yes,
The Honorable Kimbo is recognized.
yes, Mr. Speaker. Just to refresh our minds, the distinguished gentleman from Albay asked if there was ever a point in time that we had a poverty incidence of 9%. And The answer is no.
No. So this is a very ambitious projection, Mr. Speaker, not parallel in any administration in the past. As I have said in my contrasona, most probably it is more imaginary than imaginative.
Mr. Speaker.
But we are not given any inputs on how 9% poverty incidence would be achieved by 2028. We wish it could happen, but it is hard to happen considering many factors which are deterrent to the alleviation of poverty, which must be addressed. And I will go to my next point relative to this.
Mr. Speaker, if I
The
may.
lady from Marikina is recognized for her reply.
Although we had not yet achieved the 9% poverty incidence, it is worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that there is a sharp downward trend in poverty incidence. So that is what makes this 9% realistic. So there, and besides, Mr. Speaker, it is a target. It is a target, keeping in mind again that as soon as we begin to expand 4Ps program, which continues to be our flagship poverty reduction program, 9% is arguably a reasonable number, a reasonable target, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Albay for his next question.
Yes, may we know from the distinguished lady why the issue on population is not included in the medium-term fiscal framework?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there is no specific item on population policy, but it is implied in many of these socioeconomic targets. So particularly for, again, I go back to strengthening social protection, I go back to tackling health. So these are very important programs that, or whose success actually depends on how well we manage our population growth. So simple lang naman po yon, Mr. Speaker, kung dumadami masyado ang tao beyond what we had projected, talagang mahihirapan po tayo mag-deliver ng social services. So to the extent na ini-internalize natin ang adhikain na mag-provide ng adequate social services, tingin ko po, implicitly, natatakal na rin natin ang ating population policy.
The problem is, Speaker, with implications. They could go wild and weird. That's why it is very important that we should go to specifics. No less than a great Filipino, the first executive secretary of the late Ferdinand Marcos Sr., Rafael Salas, said 50 years ago that the population issue and family planning should be components, integral components of sustainable human development. This MTFF and MTFF is virtually on sustainable human development. That is why it is important that the issue on population should be included in this framework. It is again about human development. And let me just say that the funding for progressive population and family planning is not expensive. It is not as expensive as mega projects, which would entail billions and billions of pesos, and where the beneficiaries are even less than the beneficiaries of reproductive health. That is why, to my mind, it is very urgent, it's very important that population issues and family planning should be an integral component of this framework. Now, let me go to another, because I understand there are others who would like to ask their questions. What is the reason and effect of Banco Central's increase of the interest rates?
Mr. Speaker, again, it's a way to manage inflation. So, pag tumataas kasi po ang interest rate sa Amerika, ang ibig sabihin nun, mas tumataas ang demand for dollar-denominated assets, in which case, relatively speaking, mas tumataas ang demand for US dollars vis-a-vis Philippine pesos. At kapag humihina ang demand for Philippine pesos, nagde-depreciate ang ating piso. At dahil po very dependent po tayo sa mga imported na commodities, yun po, tumataas ang presyo ng mga bilihin locally. And so, when interest rates increase abroad, at a certain point, it would be good for us to also increase our interest rates so that we mitigate the increase in demand for US dollars vis-a-vis the Philippine peso. So in a way, we're trying to make the Philippine-denominated assets more attractive, and in which case that would strengthen the peso. And that would be a way also to quell inflation expectations so that ultimately, yun po ang magiging paraan para bumaba ang presyo ng bilihin, Mr. Speaker.
Will this increase in interest rates, and it is expected that increases could still be made, be a disincentive to investment and production?
Well, Mr. Speaker, merong ganon na kailangan i-consider. This is not an easy call for the BSP. On one hand, as they increase interest rates, that's a way to manage inflation expectations and therefore manage actual inflation outcomes. But on the other hand, meron din pong ganon na sinasabi na this might be passed on to interest rates of consumer loans as well as interest rates of business loans, particularly for MSMEs. But mabigat po ang aking paniniwala sa BSP. They are very technically equipped. They are an independent agency. Sa aking palagay ay itinimbang nila itong dalawang posibleng mangyari. And so in the end, there was a modest interest rate hike, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, aside from the increasing of the interest rates, what are the other modes of controlling or mitigating the escalating inflation rate?
Mr. Speaker, inflation today is a cost-push phenomenon. Ang dahilan kung bakit tumataas ang presyo ay hindi dahil sa demand side, kundi dahil sa supply side considerations. Ibig sabihin, tumataas kasi ang cost of production. At bakit tumataas ang cost of production? Dahil sa mga bagay na wala tayong control, tulad ng digmaan sa Russia at Ukraine. So, that's the situation today, Mr. Speaker. So, yan ang dahilan kung bakit sa ilalim ng MTFF, ang kailangan gawin is to address the impact of inflation. At yan din ang dahilan kung bakit kinakailangan to strengthen our social services.
Yeah, I think so. I think the social services should really be intensified, but I do not see that in the MTFF. Anyway, let me go to something a little parochial. In typhoon and calamity-stricken areas like the Bicol region, how can face-to-face schooling be fully implemented when numerous school buildings and classrooms are still in disrepair and new classrooms have not been constructed to accommodate new and more enrollees?
Mr. Speaker, I must admit, palaisipan kung paano natin ipapatupad ang safe return to face-to-face classes. At yan din siguro ang dahilan kung bakit ginagawa natin siya unti-unti. So ngayong Agosto, sinisimulan natin on a pilot basis ang pagbabalik ng ating mga estudyante, 2 to 3 days lamang sa isang linggo. And by November, ay saka natin gagawin ang full return to face-to-face classes. So palagay ko po, ito ang isa sa dahilan kung bakit natin inunti-unti para mahanap natin ang mga mahihirap na katanungan tungkol sa paano ito ipapatupad. But again, katungkulan natin dito sa Kongreso na siguraduhin na sa pag-aproba ng budget ay maglaan tayo ng sapat na pondo para masigurado ang mabilis at safe na pagbabalik ng face-to-face classes, Mr. Speaker.
Well, these disaster-stricken classrooms were damaged 2 years ago, and until now, they are in disrepair. Now, why is it, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady, the implementation of right sizing has invariably resulted to the bloating of the bureaucracy? The NTFF talks about right sizing. But that is the invariable result. Since the time, shortly, even during the Commonwealth and in the Republic and after EDSA, all right sizing and the organization plans resulted to the bloating of the bureaucracy instead of trimming down, rationalizing the bureaucracy. Why is that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, just from casual observation sa ating mga budget hearing, ang isa sa dahilan sa aking palagay ay dahil napakaraming inflexibilities sa ating gobyerno sa pag-hire ng personnel. So, for example, in every agency, there is a specified number of plantilla position, X% of which would be for administrative position, the remaining would be for technical positions. That, unfortunately, is always cast in stone. Hindi pwedeng lumabag doon sa maximum na yan. Sa ibang mga ahensya, katulad ng pinanggalingan ko na ahensya, which is the Philippine Competition Commission, na napaka-technical ng kanyang gawain, minsan, or maraming beses, nagtataka kami kung bakit mas maraming plantilla positions para sa administrative work kumpara sa technical. And in the end, we end up having to hire consultants, job orders, etc. So tingin ko, yan ay isang dahilan kung bakit nagkakaroon tayo ng isang bloated bureaucracy. Napakaraming inflexibilities. Kaya, that's one. And number two, palagay ko, Mr. Speaker, panahon na para magkaroon tayo ng isang proper job audit. So sa bawat ahensya, dapat i-review ng bawat ahensya kung anong mandato nila at gumawa ng time and motion studies kung ilan ba talaga ang personnel na kailangan para makamit ang mandato na yon. Sa ngayon po, walang ganun eh. So when agencies are created, there is an assumed number of plantilla positions kahit hindi pa nag-uumpisa ang isang ahensya. And it's only later on after the fact na natutuklasan ng bagong ahensya na hindi pala ito ang sapat na bilang ng administrative and technical positions. So again, ang tingin ko, ito ay isa rin sa mga inflexibilities sa ating bureaucracia, Mr. Speaker.
And one important factor is political patronage. And to a new administration, this would be a very serious challenge. And I suppose that the MTFF should be able to project how to contain the ballooning of the bureaucracy. Now, I understand there are more who would like to ask questions. I am asking my last question, although I have many other questions. If I have the time, after the others have already made that interpellation, I would reserve my right to continue my interpellation. Now, R&D is mentioned in the MTFF. May we know, distinguished lady, what is the UN prescribed ratio of research and development programs to the national budget?
Mr. Speaker, may I have 1 minute just to check?
Session suspended.
Ikaw na. Okay, friends. Okay, nag-promise ako kasi alas 4 to yung pag-iito na ako eh. Para mapagbigyan naman kayo. Joey. Kami lang ni Joey ang natitira sa 8th Congress. The remnants of the 8th Congress. I promise 20 minutes. Oh, tama, 4 o'clock. Okay.
Yes. So where are we now? What's the business? It's not that prescribed. What's after? This is the one. Thank you.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume and conclude the interpellation of the Honorable Lagman on House Concurrent Resolution number 2.
Temporarily conclude.
Mr. Speaker, may I? So, Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Madam.
Mr. Speaker, the UN suggests for developing countries to spend 1% of its GDP on R&D, although the global average is about 2.04% of GDP, Mr. Speaker.
The UNESCO, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady, prescribes an R&D to GDP ratio of 2%. The Philippines ratio has been below 1%. It's 0.16% in 2015 and 0.32% in 2018. And I think under this framework, we should be able to achieve what the UNESCO has prescribed. Thank you, distinguished lady, for accommodating my questions. And I reiterate my reservation that if there will be more time, I will continue with my interpellation while I give way to other members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized for her interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating kapwa kinatawan at sa ating mga mamamayan. So, ang aking katanungan sa ating napakagandang kinatawan mula sa Marikina will be revolving, Mr. Speaker, on growth and poverty. Okay? So, yung una po, sinasabi natin na so, on the MTFF objectives, 6.5 to 7.5 real GDP growth rate in 2022, and then 6.5 to 8% in 2023 to 2028. So, masasabi po ba natin, Mr. Speaker, na itong target na ito ay realistic? At ano po yung mga ano po yung mga indicators that we will achieve this target to 2028? So meron po bang, kapag hindi po nakuha yung target, meron po bang ibang gagawin or meron po bang intervention na gagawin according to the plan?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the projections on growth are reasonable and feasible. So sa ngayon po, in fact, first quarter pa lang ng taong 2022, we had already achieved an 8.27% growth. The forecast for 2022 is 6.5 to 7.5%. Given the first quarter performance of 8.2, and of course, alam naman po natin na sa second quarter, nangyari po ang eleksyon. At tuwing nagkakaroon po tayo ng eleksyon, tumataas po ang spending ng ating bansa, tumataas din ang ating GDP. So sigurado tayo na at least for the first and second quarters, mataas ang ating growth rate. And siguro po, barring any huge typhoons, etc., palagay ko po, very feasible po ang forecasted GDP growth rates for this year as well as the next 6 years, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So since 2016, during the pre-pandemic years, the Philippine GDP growth rate is already slowing down, correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In 2016, the GDP growth rate is 7.1. It went down to 6.9 in 2017, 6.3 in 2018, and 6.1 in 2019, and negative 9.5 in 2020.
And this last year, we have 5.7 in 2021. Despite the fact that the Duterte administration allotted trillions of people's money to prime the economy through infrastructure spending. Okay? So what what do you think will constitute the growth using the infrastructure spending?
Mr. Speaker, alam po natin na ang infrastructure po ay may pinakamalaking tinatawag na multiplier effect. So, yun din ang dahilan kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng isang build program. Yan ay isang paraan para pabilisin lalo ang paglago ng ating ekonomiya. So, bakit mataas ang multiplier effect ng infrastructure? Dahil po sa laki po ng bilang ng nag-create natin na jobs sa infrastructure. Tuwing meron po tayong isang construction project, syempre po, it's very labor-intensive. At ito ang dahilan kung bakit nakakapag-create tayo na napakaraming trabaho tuwing ibinubuhos natin ang ating pera sa infrastructure projects. And at the same time, of course, huwag natin kakalimutan na ang main reason kung bakit kailangan natin ng infrastructure is to promote connectivity. So nandito po ang pag-transport ng mga goods mula sa market, mula sa farm hanggang sa market. Nandiyan din po ang tinatawag na digital connectivity. So apart from the usual infrastructure projects like roads and bridges, syempre kasama din po dito ang ating digital infrastructure tulad ng ating national broadband. And again, I will not belabor the point. Very important na at this point in time magkaroon tayo ng pivot to a digital economy nang sa ganon ay maging mas productive ang ating labor as well as capital resources, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, lagi po sinasabi no, na yung infrastructure project would generate more jobs. So, may I ask our sponsor, Mr. Speaker, the data on how many jobs were generated for the past maybe 5 years of the Duterte administration for us to say that it has a multiplier effect and in fact it nag-contribute to the growth of our economy. May I have the data of the generated workforce during this ambitious mga infrastructure project na ito.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the data with me at this point. Posible po ba na ipasubmit na lang po natin sa tanggapan ng minorya? Hihingin po natin mula sa DPWH.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kasi ito po kasi yung sinasabi ninyong dahilan kung bakit when I say na yung growth during the Duterte administration ay bumaba, pero sinasabi natin na yung infrastructure yung nag-contribute doon sa pagtaas. Di po ba? Sana meron tayong ganong data dahil, Mr. Speaker, when we listen to the SONA of our President, sabi niya kasi, i-maintain niya yung mga infrastructure project na sinimula ng Duterte administration. So ibig sabihin, may pattern. So mahalaga na makita natin, Mr. Speaker, kung ilan talaga yung mga na-generate. Kasi yung growth and poverty incident are related. Kaya gusto natin kung paano nakataas ito doon sa growth rate natin, itong mga infrastructure project na to. Kasi doon nakatuon ngayon yung
Mr. Speaker, it's 6.57 million. 6.57 million jobs.
6.57 million. Okay, so what is the quality of this of this job created by this infrastructure? So, ilan po ba dito, Mr. Speaker, yung permanent? Ilan po ba dito yung contract lang? Ilan po ba dito yung by season kasi itong infrastructure project? So can we determine the differences with these jobs generated?
Mr. Speaker, to answer that very specific question, kailangan talaga natin hingin yung datos mula sa NSCB para tignan ng labor force survey. Unfortunately, wala po tayo niyan ngayon. But obviously, admittedly, hindi po ang mga construction workers natin ay hindi tulad ng karamihan sa ating salary and wage earners na talagang merong tenure, ibig sabihin, kompleto sa benefits. So admittedly ay hindi ito kasing taas ang kalidad kumpara sa ating salaried and wage earners.
Sige, related po din dun sa sinasabi nating job, yung quality ng job na generate. So hindi pwedeng pagbasihan ng pwedeng maging basis ng growth rate natin yung na-generate na job. Kasi hindi naman din ito magiging permanent na trabaho para sa ating mga mamamayan, So ito sa 6.57 million na na-generate na job na ito. So masasabi po ba natin na talagang yung poverty incidence ay talagang nabawasan?
Well, Mr. Speaker, una sa lahat, I stand by my statement earlier na napakataas na multiplier effects ng infrastructure, ibig sabihin ang kakayahan niya na mag-create ng jobs. Pero of course, hindi naman ito ang tanging solusyon para talagang guminhawa ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit kailangan pa natin ng iba pang mga social services programs. Siyempre kasama dyan, halimbawa ang PhilHealth, kasama po dyan ang 4Ps, etc. So, ito ay first step lamang sa pagsisigurado na guminhawa ang buhay ng tao. And of course, any increase in income is always a step towards poverty reduction. Ganun lang po kasimple yun. Kasi ang pag-compute ng poverty incidence has to do with your income. You just simply compare income with the poverty threshold. So, more or less automatic po yan. Every time you increase income, there is always a lower likelihood that you fall below the poverty threshold, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, kanina sa pagtatanong po ni Representative Lagman, sinagot po ng ating kinatawan from Marikina that one of the indicator for poverty, for lowering the poverty incidence is the program of 4Ps. Okay? So, paano kaya, Mr. Speaker, masasabi natin na ito pa rin yung magre-reduce dun sa poverty since, di ba, nakatakda na 1.3 million na ma-exclude doon sa 4Ps program. And can we say that, hindi ba pwede nating tignan na yung secured job, yun talagang magbibigay na security sa ating mga mamayan for to lower the poverty incidence?
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, we cannot rely on a single program. So although flagship program, kung sabihin ang 4Ps, that will not be the cure-all or the panacea for poverty reduction. So kasama dyan ang various programs that will, for example, promote investments, lower the cost of doing business, again, for purposes of bringing in or attracting investments, not only locally, but also from foreign entities, and ultimately, with more investments, you have more jobs. Mr. Speaker, with more jobs, you have lower poverty rates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'll go now to my next question naman po. Since 2018, on growth rate pa rin po. Since 2018, the government failed to reach its target GDP growth, both the high-end and the lower-end projections. Kasi dito po, Mr. Speaker, dito po sa ating MTFF, meron lower-end and higher-end. For example, in 2018, the targeted GDP growth rate is 6.5, but we only achieved 6.2. In 2019, we targeted between 6% to 6.5, but we only achieved 5.9. In 2021, we only beat the targeted GDF growth rate after numerous revisions during the year. So nagkaroon po ng iba't ibang mga revisions if the sponsor would remember. If we base it on the earlier 2021 targets, we think we will also fail. Given these facts, how can this administration say that by end of 2022, we will achieve its target, given that since 2000, the high-end target of 8% growth rate has never been reached since 2000?
Mr. Speaker, ang isang dahilan kung bakit hindi natin na-achieve ang forecasted growth rate in the past is because, kung naalala po natin, Mr. Speaker, nagkaroon tayo ng malaking delay sa pagpapasa ng budget. So alam natin na ang isang source of growth sa bawat bansa is government spending. So the bigger the delays in approving the budget, which means bigger delays in executing the budget or spending the budget, yun ay nagiging direct cause ng hindi natin pag-achieve ng forecasted growth rate. So, mangyayari ba yan in 2023? Nasa sa kamay po natin, mga miyembro ng Kongreso. Nasa kamay natin ang agarang pagpasa ng budget para sa 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the proposed budget po natin, Mr. Speaker, in 2022 is 5.02 trillion. In 2023, the proposed budget is 5.68 trillion. So napakaliit na increase ng budget for 2023. So dito sa kaliit na budget na ito, doon sa pinoproject natin growth rate for growth rate for 2023 na 8 something or 6.5 to 8. So ano kaya ang magagawa nitong napakaliit na budget nito kung magre-rely tayo sa infrastructure, yung 4Ps, etc. So paano natin ma-achieve kaya kung doon tayo magre-rely halimbawa doon sa sinasabi nating indicators?
Mr. Speaker, admittedly, marami nagsasabi na tila maliit ang increase in budget sa 2023. Pero sa akin po, ang pinaka-importante really is budget execution. Kasi in the past, kahit na sinasabi natin na napakalaki ng increase in budget in 2022 as well as in 2021, as a result of the need to have a proper pandemic response, tayo po dito sa Kongreso taon-taon ay para na tayong sirang plaka at wala na tayong ginawa kundi magreklamo sa mga ahensya sa kabagalan po ng pag-absorb o paggastos ng pera. So ang akin po, kahit sabihin po natin na may kaliitan ang increase in 2023, arguably, as long as we're able to have a more efficient spending in budget, tingin ko po ay hindi maantala po ang ating targets, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While one of the 8-point agenda for the near term is to ensure food security, the MTFF is silent about free land distribution, agrarian reform, rice industry development, support to farmers, fisherfolk, and animal industry, and the repeal of the rice tariffication law, national industrialization, and support to MSMEs. So what is the projection for agriculture and manufacturing industry? The 2021 agriculture share to GDP stood at 9.6%, while manufacturing share GDP is at 19.2%, which is lowest since 1950. So will the Marcos administration continue this trend?
Mr. Speaker, tama po, no? Napakalaking problema po ng ating agricultural sector. Clearly, there's so much scope to increase its output, and that's the reason for why under the MTFF, naging klaro naman po na importante to prioritize spending on productivity-enhancing measures. So kasama na po dito, malawak po ang kategorya na to. Kasama po dyan ang ayudang binibigay sa mga farmers, particularly rice farmers under the RCEF. Ito pong nakukuha natin na taripa mula sa rice. So these are examples of ways by which productivity can be enhanced for farmers. So obviously, kasama din po dito ang ilang mga kailangan gawin para tanggalin na rin ang maraming constraints sa land ownership and particularly sale, for example, of land, so that we are able to achieve the optimal size of farms, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So doon naman po ako kasi pinag-uusapan natin ulit yung trabaho. So muli I will ask questions on with this target, are there any plans on increasing the wages and salaries of workers in both private and public sectors? Note that while the past administration increased the minimum wage in NCR from 537 to 570, 33 is not enough to address rising costs of goods and services. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, it is only under the Duterte administration wherein the real value of wages dropped. According to the NWPC, the current real value of minimum wage in NCR is 570 is just 508, while in Region 5, the minimum 345 is 290.67. Moreover, the current minimum salary in both in both private sector, 290 per day to 570 per day, depending on the region. So ito, ganito kaliit, Mr. Speaker, yung regional minimum salary of each region. So alam natin na yung salary would also generate or would also contribute to the economic development. So are there plans in increasing the wages and salaries of the workers in both public and private?
Mr. Speaker, napaka-importante na protektahan ang welfare ng ating mga manggagawa. But there are many ways to do that. As we know, real wages is really nominal wages divided by prices. So, one way is to reduce prices. So, very clear po dito sa ating MTFF na addressing inflation is a clear priority. So when that is done, then obviously real wages will increase even if nominal wages are not raised. So that's one. Number two, many surveys would indicate, Mr. Speaker, surveys of workers who would say that napakalaking problema ng inflation, pero syempre, kung sila ay mabibigyan ng trabaho, ay yan ay isang effective way to address inflation. So yan din ang dahilan kung bakit sa MTFF, very important priority ang pagpaparami po ng trabaho. So again, alternative ways to improve worker welfare, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pero if you look at the MFTT, so wala sa target yung wage increase, right? So dun sa 8 plus 8 na mga, kahit na doon sa 19-point legislative agenda of the President, so wala doon yung salary increase.
Well, wala po sa 8 points. But again, I go back to my point that it doesn't necessarily mean that we are forgetting to protect the welfare of our workers, Mr. Speaker, because merong alternative ways to do that.
So according to the MFTT, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why the inflation accelerated is largely due to significant increases in international prices of oil and key commodities. In the Philippines, we were shocked by almost 100 per liter of diesel in some areas. So, what would be the administration's plan to address rising oil prices?
Well, paulit-ulit naman, Mr. Speaker, ang sinasabi. Well, of course, one is to increase supply. So kung meron mga alternative power sources, of course, yan ang dapat pagtugunan ng ating Department on Energy, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. Higher inflation rate means more expensive prices of goods and services. Since February 2022, our inflation rate is rapidly going up. From 3% in January and February, it went up to 4% in March, 4.9% in April, 6% in June. So the PSA noted that the recent June inflation is the highest inflation rate recorded since October 2018. The PSA also pointed out that the uptrend of inflation for June 2022 was primarily brought out by higher annual growth rate in the index for food and non-alcoholic beverages and transport. So how can this plan say the poverty incidence will drop from the current 23.7 poverty rate to 9% in 2028? Since makikita po natin doon sa history, hindi bumaba ng kahit na one digit ang poverty rate.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the inflation data, ang isang malaking source of inflation is really petroleum products, transport sector, etc. So sa MTFF, ito pong layunin to ensure energy security. Yan po ang tutugon sa problema ng inflation. Of course, nandito rin ang food security. As you had mentioned, ang pangalawang source of inflation sa buwan ng June is also food inflation, particularly meat and vegetables. So again, hindi ko na po ulitin, na-discuss na po natin na ang mga interventions para po mas maging produktiba ang ating mga magsasakayan po ang tutulong sa paglawak ng food supply and at the same time, ultimately to lower food prices, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So does the sponsors' fiscal consolidation and resource mobilization include system reforms that will make nasabi na natin to kanina, yung salary hike, increase spending for public health, education, housing, social welfare, and other basic social services? So would that include in the plan?
Mr. Speaker, what is clear in the plan is that we will be improving our collection of taxes. Kahit naman po itong imposition of VAT on digital services, ay masasabi natin arguably ay hindi imposition of new taxes because this is actually currently under our VAT law. Wala lang tayong paraan para kolektahin yan. So we will stick to pretty much just improving our efficiency in tax collection as opposed to introducing new taxes, Mr. Speaker.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, are there plans on support to MSMEs and small establishments like schools and also to our agriculture and fishery sectors?
Mr. Speaker, ang tulong para sa MSMEs ay nakabalangkas sa iba't ibang mga layunin dito. For example, improvement in digital infrastructure. Alam natin na marami sa ating MSMEs have to rely on the use of internet, the use of cellphone services. Nandito rin po ang encouraging R&D and innovation. So again, our MSMEs will benefit greatly from R&D programs. Alam naman natin that that's the sure way to improve productivity of our MSMEs. So kahit sabihin natin na 96% ang ating establishments ay MSMEs, ang malaking problema sa ating MSMEs ay hindi sila ganon ka-productive. So lahat ng mga nabalangkas dito sa MTFF ay tungo sa pag-i-improve ng productivity ng ating MSMEs, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So nakita natin, Mr. Speaker, thank you sa mga sagot ng ating sponsor. So nakita natin, Mr. Speaker, that this medium-term fiscal framework for 2022 to 2028, I think it is very ambitious and unrealistic. Okay? So sino po ba yung magtitipid dito? Nakita natin maliit naman yung increase sa budget. Nakita natin na yung contributor sa economic growth like yung secure job, yung salary, At saka syempre, yung mga livelihood na dapat na binibigay natin sa ating mga mamamayan ay wala po akong nakita, no, gaano nakita dito sa plan. So, this MTFF ay tingin ko ay pagtitipid sa bahagi ng ating mga mamamayan. So, habang nagtitipid tayo ng ating ng ating sinturon, yung ating mga mamamayan naman ay hindi sila masisecure doon sa job, food, and other basic services. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Floor Leader, Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas of Party List Gabriela is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Will the Madam Sponsor yield to a few questions from this representation?
Mr. Speaker, yes, gladly, my dear colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor, we take this opportunity to seek clarifications on House Concurrent Resolution Number 2, which lends the support of the House to the administration's medium-term fiscal framework 2022 to 2028. Mahalaga pong maunawaan ng mga kababaihan at mamayang Pilipino ito. Kaya Ginoong Speaker, Madam Sponsor, may we know the assumptions behind the projections made by the administration's economic managers as outlined in the House Concurrent Resolution Number 2. Halimbawa po, yung annual real GDP growth na 6.5 to 8% from 2023 to 2028, single-digit poverty rate by 2028, yan po yung mga Ano po yung assumptions doon?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as explained earlier, ang mga targets na ito ay nanggagaling sa mga macroeconomic models na ina-estimate po ng ating economic managers, meaning NEDA, DOF, and DBM. So, nandyan po, nandyan ang baseline data, kung ano ang current natin na growth rate, kung anong current natin na poverty incidence, current natin inflation rate, and based on their modeling using data, ay ito po ang naging resulta ng kanilang forecasts.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hindi po ba't malayong-malayo ang projections na ito sa aktual na karanasan ng ating mga kababayan ngayon? The Philippine economy remains dependent on externalities such as overseas remittances, cheap exports, and foreign investments. Wala tayong sariling industriya, nakaasa sa imported na pagkain, pati po bigas. Highest importer tayo ng bigas. Isa tayo sa pinakamalaking importer nito at isa rin sa pinaka-vulnerable sa nagbabadyang food crisis. Nasa 6.1. Kanina, paulit-ulit po nating sinasabi, 6.1% ang inflasyon nitong Hunyo at nakikitang magpapatuloy ito na mas mataas pa ang magiging inflasyon. Fundamental po ang mga weaknesses na ito, Madam Sponsor. Kaya paano natin naabutin yung mga matatayog na projections na sinasabi ninyo kanina, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Madam Speaker, I stand by my statement earlier na hindi naman po unreasonable ang ating mga growth targets. Kung tatandaan po natin, beginning 2010 all the way up to 2019, ang ating GDP growth rate ay nasa at least 6%. And we have done that, we have achieved that consistently. Nagkataon lang talaga na nagkaroon tayo ng pandemya at na-disrupt itong ating growth trajectory. But assuming that we are finally able to fully reopen our economy, panatag naman ang loob natin, nababalik tayo sa dating growth trajectory natin, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hindi naman masamang maging optimistic. Subalit pag hindi grounded yung macroeconomic projections natin, malaki po ang implikasyon nito. We should be, baka po, we would be projecting a higher tax intake and may come up with a bloated revenue program. Sinabi ni Madam Sponsor, for the first time, tumataya ang gobyerno sa macroeconomic targets. Pero hindi ba't mapanganib po ito, yung pagtatayang ginagawa natin na ito, na may implikasyon sa pagtitiyak ng pondo sa mga programang kinakailangan ng ating mga mamamayan?
Well, so hindi naman po, hindi naman po ito hinuhugot lamang sa langit, itong mga projections natin. These are well-founded, and at the same time, pwede natin tanungin in more detail ang ating economic managers sa kanilang pagdating dito sa budget briefing, ang exact na proseso ng kanilang pagdetermine ng indicators. And at the same time, keeping in mind, Mr. Speaker, that this is a forward-looking document. It is not cast in stone. We are, of course, very open to a recalibration of our plan if necessary, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, alam niyo po, mahirap na magbigay ng mga assumptions, lalo na, for example, kung narinig niyo po yung Pangulo ng SONA, sinabi niya, may mga dubious assumptions siya doon. Like yung price daw ng Dubai oil going down to $90, pero nagre-remain naman ito ngayon to 102.97. Tapos yung peso dollar, 52, ngayon 55.24. Kaya, what are we seeing, no? Tapos, sa tingin natin, mag-hit talaga ng mataas ang inflation at baka mag-recession. Lalo na, no, kapag ang tinitingnan natin ay yung global headwinds. Diba? I'm sure our Madam Sponsor will agree. Ano ba ang global headwinds ngayon? Stagflation risks, recession, inflation, high fuel and food prices, rising interest rates, emerging market debt crisis, and wider financial crisis. Kaya, Madam Sponsor, itong matatayog nating projections, Mr. Speaker, kaya po natin yan tinatanong para maliwanagan tayo. No?
Mr. Speaker, if we do a proper review of literature, tignan natin ang lahat ng sinasabi ng mga eksperto, hindi lang po dito sa Pilipinas, kundi sa ating region, makikita po natin na hindi naman po tayo masyadong nangangarap. We are well within the range of forecasts done by many experts. So, ganun din po, no? As our economic managers make assumptions, kayo din po sa grupo ng Makabayan Block, mayroon din po kayong assumptions. At the end of the day, parang po tayong nakikipagpustahan. Sino ba ang tama, sino ang mali. Pero ang pinaka-importante sa lahat, huwag na lang sana tayong mag-away, ang importante sa lahat, meron tayong plano. Meron tayong plano, ito ay base sa datos at bukas ang ating kaisipan sa pag-recalibrate kung kinakailangan, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hindi po tayo nag-aaway. Tinatanong ko lang po kung ano yung inyong mga projections at paano kayo nag-come up ng ganong projections. At batay po sa mga nangyayari sa kasalukuyan dito sa loob ng bansa at sa labas ng bansa, isinasabi natin na we do not agree with that, no? Na sa mga assumptions na yon. But anyway, back to my questions po, no? Maari niyo po bang ilahad yung mga priority measures na inline dito sa medium-term fiscal framework? Kung magpapataw po ba ito ng mga panibago o karagdagang buwis sa mamamayan?
Mr. Speaker, na banggit na natin kanina na meron tayong 8 points sa agenda ng MTFF, kasama po dito ensuring food security, reducing transport and logistics costs, reducing energy costs, focusing on health issues, strengthening social protection, safely reopening face-to-face classes, enhancing bureaucratic efficiency, pursuing sound fiscal management. Ito po ang 8 points ng ating agenda. Short answer to the question, are we going to raise new taxes? The only new tax that was mentioned here is the one on single-use plastics. Mr. Speaker, pretty much the main strategy for fiscal consolidation is better tax collection, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, inisa-isa niyo po yung 8+8 kasi nabanggit niya naman yan kanina, yung near macro at saka yung near term at saka yung medium term. 8, kaya 8+8. Ano po? Halimbawa, doon sa panukalang VAT o digital goods and services, magkano po yung tinatayang malilikom natin dito?
Mr. Speaker, the projection of the DOF is an initial revenue impact of 11.7 billion in 2023.
So maliit po yun, ano? Kumpara sa foregone revenues na pinakawalan natin dahil sa Create Law. Tama ba, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, sa isang sitwasyon na naghahanap tayo ng pondo, as long as the cost of collecting 11.7 billion is way less than that, ahead naman po tayo dyan. Again, we have to remember that this is not a new law. Just by resolving to collect a tax that already exists, ay makakapag-collect tayo ng 11.7 billion. Kaya sa tingin ko po, baka hindi tama ang perspektiba na napakaliit nito. Because again, it's an existing law. So all we're doing here is improving the collection.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, bakit po tayo nagpasa nung Create Law, yung ating corporate recovery and tax incentives for enterprises na mahigit 130 billion, tapos gusto nating magkaroon ng another, eto na naman, dagdag tax revenue na VAT sa halagang 11.7 billion. Bakit hindi na lang natin retain yon nang sa ganon, 'di ba? Hindi tayo nagtataas ng taxes.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the Create Law is to lower our corporate income taxes nang sa ganon ay maging competitive tayo sa global market for investments. Ang problema, pag titignan natin ang ating mga kapitbahay sa ASEAN, tayo po ay may mataas na corporate income taxes, in which case ay hindi tayo nagiging kasing attractive tulad ng Vietnam at Cambodia. So, yan ang main reason kung bakit kinailangan natin gawin o ipasa ang Create Law. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be myopic with respect to this tax measure. Kahit sabihin natin that we are foregoing some corporate income taxes, tatandaan natin that as we attract new investments, ay itong bagong investments which will create new jobs will eventually generate new income taxes. Itong new investments that will create new corporations will obviously also generate an additional base for corporate income taxes. So ganun po, ang pagtingin dito has to be the medium term, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, actually, contrast nga po kasi pwede naman talagang ang revenues ay ma-raise through progressive tax system. For example, the billionaire wealth tax. For example, land values tax. For example, higher personal income tax on richest families. O di kaya higher corporate income tax on large corporations. Pero we choose to tax, VAT. Tapos, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, yung sa tinutulak nating right-sizing program, magkano po ba yung matitipid ng gobyerno dito at the expense of the government employees who will lose their jobs?
Mr. Speaker, at this point, hindi pa natin masasabi kung magkano matitipid. May sinasabi yung DBM na around 5% of personnel. Yan ang sinabi ng DBM. Pero ano naman po, wag natin i-preempt because right sizing will have to come from a proper assessment of what needs to be right-sized. And again, let's also not be myopic with respect to this measure. Dapat ang titignan natin is ano yung eventually na masasave natin in the future as a result of having an optimally sized bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, of the proposed fiscal measures, what are the proposals that will ease or rationalize the tax collections from corporations and high-income families? Kasi tax tayo ng tax sa mga maliliit, no? Pero ito, actually, hindi natin pinag-uusapan. Ano? Yung proposed fiscal measures para kunan ito, no? Sa mga corporations at saka sa mga high-income families, bakit hindi natin yon gawin? Kung yun yung gusto natin. Kasi hindi sila magugutom.
Mr. Speaker, we've actually, through the CREATE law, already effectively reduced the tax liabilities faced by the MSMEs. Meron tayong, I think, 2 provisions doon sa CREATE law that effectively reduces their tax liabilities. So nagawa na natin yon. Ang kailangan na lang gawin is, of course, bantayan ang pagpapatupad nito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, I won't belabor that point. Yun lang ang gusto kong sabihin. Bakit tayo nagtatax ng mga Pilipino na nahihirapan na at nagugutom sa ngayon? Now, isn't Train 4 or the passive income tax, I remember this, ito ba yung PIFITA, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, the passive income tax reform, is this it? Which one?
Mr. Speaker, sorry, but can you kindly repeat your question?
Yung sa PIFITA, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, is this yung PIFITA, yung passive income tax reform? Hindi.
Yes.
Yan. Okay. Will this benefit only a few? Tama ba?
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of PIFITA is to harmonize income tax rates, to simplify the way we collect taxes on financial transactions. Napakadali na po. 3 rates na lang ngayon, either 0, 5, or 10. Tatandaan natin merong option na 0. No? So hindi necessarily na tataas as a result of the PIFITA. In fact, pwedeng bumaba. But the point is, it's now a more rational way to collect taxes for financial transactions. It is way easier, and therefore, even with reduced tax rates, either 0, 5, or 10, ang total tax revenues ay maaaring tumaas. So yun po ang purpose ng PIFITA.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, all in all, how much will this fiscal measures yield for a year? May estimate na ba tayo nito? Kasi dapat meron tayong sound estimate, di ba? Since we are talking of fiscal consolidation that will supposedly ensure the payment of the country's ballooning debt.
So, Mr. Speaker, kasama po sa MTFF on page 17, baka pwede na lang pong tignan ng ating kasama. Nandito na po nakalatag kung magkano yung revenue projections for the next 6 years. At kita naman po natin na merong projected increases. So kasama na po ito. Ito na yung sa tingin nilang overall gain from adopting all of these proposed tax reforms, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, walang total dyan, Madam Sponsor. Walang total dyan.
So what we have here, Mr. Speaker, is by 2022, so for 2022, we increase collection by about 300. It goes from 3 trillion to 3.3, no? Yes. So from 3 trillion to 3.3 trillion. Madam Speaker.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, as my last, siguro last na manifestation, Madam Sponsor, we cannot just throw our support for House Concurrent Resolution number 2, as it will serve as basis for the expeditious approval of regressive tax measures that will increase the burden of ordinary Filipinos. Sa panahon po na bugbog na sa taas presyo ang mamamayang Pilipino, hindi makatwirang ibunton ang bigat ng pagbabayad utang sa kanila. Sa halip, sa paniniwala po namin, dapat na ipataw ang super rich tax sa mga bilyonaryo kasi hindi nga ito magdudulot ng pagkagutom o pagkalugi man lang nila. Bilyon-bilyon ang agaran na malilikom mula rito at kailangan din takasan ang buwis sa mga malalaking korporasyon sa halip na ibaba hanggang 20% sa ilalim ng ginawa nating Create Law. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, hanggang dun lang ang aking interpelasyon. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List for his short interpellation.
The Honorable Raul Manuel of Kabataan is recognized for his interpellation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. In behalf of young people in our country, layunin natin na makamit ang tunay na pambansang kaunlaran, pag-promote ng mga industriyang Pilipino at mga lokal na trabaho at kabuhayan. So my line of questioning will proceed with this essence. Una po tungkol sa infrastructure program ng ating gobyerno. Sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang infrastructure program, tumaas mula 590.5 billion pesos noong 2016 hanggang 1.2 trillion pesos ngayong 2022. Ang gastos ng gobyerno para sa mga nakalistang proyektong pang-infrastruktura. Pero bago dumating ang pandemya, mabagal na ang job generation na bunga ng kasalukuyang infrastructure program. 78% ang pagtaas ng ating infrastructure spending, habang 23% lamang ang pagtaas ng bilang ng mga nalikhang trabaho mula 2016 hanggang 2019. So how then can Congress be assured by the MTFF that the multiplier effects touted to be produced by the infrastructure program will be achieved?
Mr. Speaker, there are many ways by which we can improve efficiency in infrastructure spending. Klaro naman dito, yung layunin to enhance bureaucratic efficiency. So, malamang ang isang problema ay ang muli sa pag-execute ng budget para sa ating infrastructure projects. Napag-usapan na kanina ang problema ng pagkakaroon ng isang bloated bureaucracy. So kasama po dyan ang nakikita natin na gains mula sa isang right-sized bureaucracy. At sa tingin ko, hindi lang po right-sizing ng ating bureaucracy, kundi right-skilling din po ng ating bureaucracy. And there are also other objectives such as reducing transport costs, logistics costs, reducing energy costs. These are all very important inputs for infrastructure projects. So sa pagbaba ng presyo ng mga ilang inputs na ito para sa mga infrastructure projects ay masisigurado natin na magagamit natin na mabuti ang pondo para sa infrastructure projects, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, in line with costs that can be turned over to ordinary citizens, I'd like to point out na pwedeng makompromiso ng infrastructure program na ating gobyerno yung halimbawa pagkakaroon ng malaking papel ng mga malalaki at mga dayuhang negosyo sa pagdidisenyo, pagpapatayo, pag-operate ng mga infrastruktura na dapat sana ay maging investment ng pamahalaan para maging mas efficient ang pagtiyak ng essential services para sa ating taong bayan. Pwede itong magbunga ng mga hindi abot kayang user fees na sulungat sa layunin natin na mapagaan ang pamumuhay ng mga Pilipino. Nangangamba tayo na ang pera ng pamahalaan na gusto nating magamit sa pinakamaayos na paraan ay mapakinabangan bilang tiyak na kita ng iilan lamang. Kaya, should Congress be confident that the infrastructure program emphasized in the framework will be safeguarded to avoid negative repercussions on the people, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maraming banggit dito ng mga paraan kung paano natin may improve ang pag-implement ng ating infrastructure projects. Kasama din po dito, babanggitin ko na po ang isa, which is paggamit po ng private-public partnerships na inumpisahan, I believe, maybe in 2010. Pat hanggang sa ngayon ay hindi pa natin ma-maximize ang pag-implement ito. So ito ay isang paraan para masigurado. Kasi alam naman po natin, base sa global experience na tila mas efficient talaga ang mga kasama natin sa private sector. So having partnerships between public and private sector, yan isang magandang paraan para ma-improve ang efficiency, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the Philippines being targeted or aimed to be an investment destination, in line with our goal to have maximum multiplier effect, I want to be confident na yung foreign capital na gusto nating papasukin sa ating bansa ay magkakaroon ng outcome in terms of more jobs for Filipinos. Kaso nga lang dahil sa amyenda sa Foreign Investments Act, nire-require na lamang na minimum ng 15 na mga Pilipino empleyado yung dapat na i-employ ng mga foreign enterprises na isi-set up dito sa bansa. So sa ganitong framework, paano natin mapoprotektahan yung ating labor market, pati na rin yung ating mga local na mga enterprises?
Mr. Speaker, pinag-aralan ng mabuti ng Kongreso kung ano ba dapat ang threshold. At we arrived at the number 15 by looking at data from the annual survey of ASPBI. No? Ito ay isang data set na kinokolekta ng NSCB taon-taon. So tinignan po natin ang data. Tinignan natin kung ano ang bilang ng employees para ma-determine kung ano ba talaga ang size ng isang firm na we have to make sure that they are protected from foreign investments. At kung ano po yung number, which is 15, yan po ay data-driven. So, ano ang rationale? So, ibig sabihin, for firms with 15 and below, they do not directly compete with foreign entities. So, yan po ang naging conclusion from the assessment dun sa data. So, yan ang ating inaasahan because they don't really directly compete. But rather, itong small Filipino companies, they can actually even benefit from foreign entities coming in because they will operate within that ecosystem of that foreign entity. Ibig sabihin, in the end, sila po ang pwedeng mag-supply ng ilang goods and services to the foreign entity that put in huge amounts of capital. So yun po ang naging pag-iisip ng Kongreso nung pinasa po ang amendments to the Foreign Investment Act, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Doon naman, Mr. Speaker, sa approach natin na lalong palakihin yung papasok na foreign capital sa ating bansa. Kung ikukumpara natin yung ginagawa ng ibang mga bansa, sa panahong naapektuhan din sila ng recession at stagnation, lalo na yung mga mas maunlad na bansa sa mundo, mapapansin natin na nakakiling sila ngayon sa mga pulisiyang magpoprotekta sa kanilang sariling ekonomiya para tuluyan silang makaahon mula sa mga dagok na naranasan sa panahon ng pandemya. Kahit yung China na tinatrato natin ngayon bilang isang kaibigan, ay hindi sumandig sa foreign investment bilang pundasyon ng kanyang significant economic growth mula 1980s hanggang 1984. Ito yung panahon na mula sa pagiging napakahirap na bansa, nag-industrialize yung China. Kung kailan pumalo from 6.8% hanggang 9.6% ang kanyang real GDP growth. Habang, nung panahon din na yon, nasa 0.2% lang, walang 1%. Yung kanyang GDP, yung percentage ng kanyang GDP. No? Na kung ikukumpara doon, yung halaga ng pumapasok na foreign direct investment. Kaya, how can the MTFF help us secure a more solid foundation for the domestic economy through meaningful government intervention as the current global situation demands and as exemplified by our fellow neighbors and other countries in the globe?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why we need to have an MTFF at this point in time. So, kinikilala ng natin at this point in time kung ano-ano ang gains na na-achieve na natin at this point in time, and putting all of these gains in a proper and coherent perspective. So, in the past Congress, marami tayong gains. Naipasa natin ang ilang mga amendments to laws that have made our economy very restrictive. Kasama po dyan ang Public Service Act, kasama dyan ang Retail Trade Liberalization Act, at ang nabanggit ninyo kanina yung Foreign Investment Act. So these are examples. Gains natin yan in the previous Congress, pero sa ngayon, ang ginagawa lang naman ng framework na to ay binabalangkas na wag natin sasayangin ang mga gains na to. We are now a more open economy, and so that is a signal to not only the rest of the world that we are now a more open economy, but also as well to our regulators na dapat ma-imbibe nila na ito na ang ating panibagong perspective moving forward. So again, I go back, yan talaga ang layunin ng MTFF. It doesn't intend to change the world overnight, mind you. It just collects all of our current philosophies at yun ang ating way to move forward, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, mula sa discussions on our relations with other entities outside our country, papasok naman ako dun sa paano tayo magpopondo para dun sa maraming mga ambisyon natin para sa ating bansa. Dapat nating pagkunutan ng noo kung paano mapopondohan ang mga plano ng pamahalaan para maabot ang mga target na nasa ating MTFF. Sa kasalukuyan, in terms of taxation, regressive and consumption-based ang ating tax system. At malaki ang tax burden ng mahihirap na pamilya sa ating bansa. Ayon mismo sa datos ng BIR, as percentage of the gross domestic product, bumababa ang koleksyon mula sa corporate taxes na nasa 3.5% noong 2008 at nasa 2.8% na lamang noong 2020. On the other hand, lumalaki po ang koleksyon mula sa kinukonsumo ng mga taong bayan, kabilang ng excise tax tsaka VAT na nasa 2.5% noong 2008 at nasa 3.6% na noong 2020. Matanong ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, kung bahagi ba ng framework ang pagtanaw na hindi magpatuloy ang trend na ito?
Mr. Speaker, again, we don't know what tomorrow will bring, for sure. Again, this is a forward-looking document. We don't know for sure what will happen tomorrow, but based on what we see today, this is a reasonable forecast of what the trend may be. So it's something that we will watch carefully. And of course, as Congress, responsibilidad natin to do whatever adjustments are necessary. And on the first point as to paano ba natin popondahan, simple lang po, paano natin popondahan ang initiatives to grow the economy is number one, because when you grow the economy, you have a bigger tax base. And number two, collect taxes.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, hindi natin tinatanggal yung posibilidad na pwede pa rin na tumaas yung collection natin mula sa consumption-based taxes.
Well, sa ngayon, una sa lahat, ang issue as to whether it is regressive or not, sa tingin ko, klaro naman, it is progressive because the more you consume, you pay a bigger tax. Hindi po ba? That's what constitutes a progressive tax. But at this point in time, wala pa sa, pwede pa natin pag-usapan kung ano ang pwede pang gawin pagdating sa consumption taxes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, para po assured yung ating mga kababayan, paano tayo magiging maingat sa pagpapataw ng mga bagong buwis, lalo na kung di kalaunan ay maaaring maipapasa ito sa mga ordinaryong mamamayan?
Well, again, paano? Babalik tayo sa isang important pillar dito sa ating MTFF, which is a more efficient bureaucracy. Ganun lang po. If we have a more efficient PIR, then wala tayong problema sa pagkolekta ng taxes. And having an efficient PIR is certainly one of the priorities articulated in the MTFF, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, I'd proceed to how we will bolster our economy through the reopening of our schools. Lagpas po sa pagtrato natin sa paggalaw at pagbabalik eskwela ng ating education stakeholders bilang parabang booster sa ating ekonomiya, dapat nating tratuhin bilang long-term investment, no? Yung substantial increases sa ating education budget para maibsan ang mga epekto ng matagal na kawalan ng face-to-face classes. Bahagi po nito ang gastos para sa retrofitting ng ating mga paaralan. Halimbawa po, batay sa pag-aaral ng Agham Youth, mula pa lang doon sa exhaust fans, air purifier, carbon dioxide meter sa ating mga classroom, para po sa lahat ng public schools, kailangan natin ng 6 billion pesos. Kung magdadadag tayo, magbe-benchmark po tayo ng amount, 1 million pesos per public school, and we have 48,000 public schools, kailangan po nating mag-allot ng 48 billion pesos. Para naman sa testing ng 10% ng ating basic education students bawat linggo, 3 billion pesos. Yun pa lamang po, mangangailangan na tayo ng 57 billion. So by supporting the medium-term fiscal framework, Congress is bound to appropriate funds for these. At this point, can we say, Mr. Speaker, that the House of Representatives is ready to commit to these expenses?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sang-ayon naman tayo na dapat number one ang education, that's according to our Constitution, and that again is reiterated in the MTFF, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So usapin naman ng agrikultura, Mr. Speaker. Kapansin-pansin din yung pagbaba ng share ng agrikultura at agrarian reform sa ating national budget. Kaya, how can we expect the framework to guide Congress to assure significant increases in the agriculture budget?
Again, Mr. Speaker, abangan na lang po natin ang NEP sa August 23. Pero ayon na rin po sa mga pronouncements ng ating gobyerno ay palagay ko po may pagtaas ang budget ng Department of Agriculture.
Okay, last 2 points, Mr. Speaker. Pagdating sa poverty rate, kung may target tayo na 9% poverty rate by 2028, ibig sabihin nito, kakayod tayo para maibaba ang poverty rate by 2.5% every year from 2022 up to 2028. Ayon po sa datos ng Philippine Statistics Authority, ang naging kakayahan na natin para magpababa ng ating poverty rate ay nasa 0.7% lamang every year. Hindi po lalagpas ng 1% on average. Kaya matanong ko lang, Mr. Speaker, na bagamat ideal ang ganitong mga pangarap, realistic po ba ang mga target na ito?
Well, Mr. Speaker, masasabi natin, kailangan tayong kumayod para ma-achieve natin ang target na yan. Sa ngayon, again, dalawa, so bukod sa 4 Ps, ang pwede pa nating asahan para tulungan tayo sa pag-reduce ng poverty rates at para ma-ensure na targeted ang ating social welfare programs ay ang pagpapalawak po ng national ID system, which I believe in the works na po yan, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Panghuli, Mr. Speaker, dahil gusto nating maabot yung mataas na GDP growth at gusto natin na ma-improve yung buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Matanong ko lang po na kung sakali man na maging posible na maabot ang matataas na target na ito, kabilang na ang $4,256 o hindi bababa sa 200,000 pesos na income per capita, magiging tanong pa rin sa darating na mga taon kung madarama ba ng mayorya ng mga Pilipino ang mas maginhawang buhay at equitably distributed income. Hindi yung nakakonsentra lang ito sa iilan lamang through high incomes. No? Kaya meron po ba tayong metrics that we can use to measure the equitability of the distribution of wealth in our country at pwede po ba iyong madagdag sa ating framework?
So again, Mr. Speaker, kaisa namin ang Makabayan Bloc sa adhikain ng isang inclusive economic growth. Nasa kamay po natin ang paglagay po ng tamang pondo para masigurado po na targeted, well-targeted ang ating social programs, Mr. Speaker.
Lamang po, maraming salamat, Madam Sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
The Chair would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Speaker, Martin Romualdez. Mayong hapon, Mr. Speaker. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully move that we briefly recognize the distinguished gentleman from Albay once more, the Honorable Ed Selagman, to briefly put forth his questions on record, and that the same will not be interpreted as an interpellation. No need for the sponsor to answer. Just state his questions and put them on record, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Albay, the gentleman from Albay, the Honorable Ed Selagman, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, to expedite the proceedings, as I had promised last Wednesday, I will not continue with my interpellation, but I will put on record some major questions and observations. One, budget deficit is not essentially bad. However, the effort to reduce the budget deficit should not be given premium over rational expenditures to continue pump-priming the economy. Consequently, how is government initiative for growth reconciled with the planned reduction of the budget deficit to 3% only of the GDP? Number two, how is economic liberation, like 100% ownership of foreign corporations and investors of strategic industries like communication and transportation, reconciled with the constitutional mandate of achieving an economy effectively controlled by Filipinos and a 60% ceiling of foreign ownership of public utility enterprises? For the record, I ask these questions and make these observations, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lagman. The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from the 1st District of Northern Samar, the Honorable Paul Dasa, for his short manifestation.
The Honorable gentleman from Northern Samar, the Honorable Paul Dasa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request if the sponsor could yield to one or two short questions for clarification.
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
The sponsor may proceed. The interpellator, the Honorable Dasa, may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it correct, Mr. Speaker, to state that if the House approves resolution number 2, that this basically just expresses the sentiment of the members without really binding any of the members for the upcoming debates as in regards to fiscal issues and the budget hearings? Would that be a fair statement?
You can say that, Mr. Speaker.
And Mr. Speaker, is it also fair to state, should members vote for the passage of this concurrent resolution number 2, it doesn't have the same effect of a joint resolution wherein it basically becomes law, and meaning this can be passed only with one reading.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what is clear to me is that what we are seeking to do is not to pass a law. We are simply adopting a framework. And it's a framework, it's a set of guidelines that will help us, not only craft bills to support the legislative priorities, but more importantly, when we review and approve the budget, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. May I add also that no less than the minority leader, Congressman Nonoy Libanan, is a sponsor of this resolution. And in that spirit, in the spirit of unity and teamwork for the House, it's really very, very early in this Congress. So I would like to urge the members of the minority and other members to vote in favor of this resolution so we can move forward and express basically the general sentiment that we want to work together for the next 3 years and support essentially a framework that will help the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is terminated.
Mr. Speaker, there being no amendments to House Concurrent Resolution Number 2, I move that we adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 2.
There is a motion to adopt House Concurrent Resolution Number 2. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
As many are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Concurrent Resolution Number 2 is approved on second reading.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
Hereby, yes, House Concurrent Resolution Number 2 is hereby adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Lagman.
considering the major deficiencies in the MTFF, I am constrained to make an abstention for the record.
Abstention, duly noted. The
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend session to allow the Honorable Speaker Martin Romales to preside.
Session is suspended.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration for items under calendar business for the day.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Resolution Number 120 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read.
House Resolution Number 120, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Fidel Valdez Ramos, former President of the Republic of the Philippines, founder and chairperson emeritus of Lakas Christian Muslim Democrats, Lakas CMD.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 120.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution number 121 and request the Secretary General to read the title of House Resolution 121.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the resolution.
House Resolution number 121, resolution conveying the deepest condolences of the members of the House of Representatives of the Congress of the Philippines to His Excellency Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and the people of Japan on the untimely demise of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe.
Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of House Resolution number 121.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Resolution adopted. Majority Leader?
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution number 122 and hereby direct the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the resolution.
House Resolution number 122, resolution expressing the profound empathy, compassion, solidarity, and support of the House of Representatives for the victims of the magnitude 7.0 earthquake on July 27, 2022 in the province of Abra and its neighboring areas.
Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of House Resolution number 122.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for consideration of House Resolution number 129 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read out the resolution.
House Resolution number 129, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Orlando G. Andaya Jr., former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Camarines Sur, during the 11th, 12th, 13th, 15th, 16th, and 17th Congresses.
Mr. Speaker, I move for adoption of House Resolution number 129.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Said resolution is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a couple of minutes.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Session suspended.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to the rules, I move that we open the privilege hour. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, privilege hour is now open.
Madam
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable representative from the 2nd District of Cavite, Honorable Lani Mercado Revilla, to avail of the privilege hour. So moved, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Lani Mercado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, fellow members of this August Chamber, magandang hapon po sa bawat isa. I speak before you today with a heavy heart on a personal and collective privilege as representative of the 2nd Legislative District of Cavite. Moreover, I filed this resolution on behalf of a grateful nation to honor a president and a great Filipino. Yesterday, July 31, 2022, the whole nation was saddened by the news of former President Fidel Valdez Ramos' passing. He was our leader, being the 12th President of the Republic, our centennial president. FDR was the proud distinction to be one of the best. He was a patriot and a hero. He was a trailblazer and a statesman. He was a father to the nation. In fact, his kababayans fondly call him FVR, and tobacco for some, for always sporting his famous unlit cigar. He was 94. I have met President FDR countless times. His public persona as former president and decorated military man is belied by his private and more prominent figure of a devoted husband, loving father, and family man, a side most Filipinos cherish. And on each occasion, we regularly exchange news on what our respective families are doing, and well wishes abound. After all, he was not just our ninong, but we consider him as part of our family. When we speak of President FDR, only one thing comes to mind: Philippines 2000. Though his term as president ran from 1992 until 1998, he dreamed, worked hard for a better Philippines, an industrialized Philippines ready to become a global player. And this remains to be his greatest legacy. Perhaps this is rooted by his great love for our country and our people. Naturally, he based it on his long and extensive service in the armed forces and as Secretary of the Department of National Defense. He wanted our country to have peace and stability, economic growth and sustainable development, energy and power generation, environmental protection, and streamlined bureaucracy. And we continue to enjoy and reap the fruits of all these to this very day, almost a quarter of a century since. Kaya natin ito, or we can do it, has always been his encouragement, battle cry, and open invitation to all of us. He hurdled and triumphed over crisis from one to another with FDR at the helm. His countrymen knew they were in good hands. Katakot-takot, hindi madali at talagang mabibigat na problema ng bayan ang sinuong at binigyan ng solusyon ni Presidente FDR. In 1992, to combat the ongoing and worsening energy crisis and the perennial power shortages, our predecessors granted him special emergency powers to resolve such. As a result, independent power producers were on the rise and were able to meet our rising demand for electricity in due time, and our economy performed better than expected. Marahil marami sa atin dito ang dinanas ang walang katapusang brownout noong mga panahon na yun. Lahat tayo ay nagtiis gamit ang kandila at lampara o emergency lights para sa iba nating mga nakaluluwag na mga kababayang maitawid lamang ang madilim na gabi. Pero gaya ng kaya natin ito, kinaya natin ang mga blackout at ang mga problema ng mga panahong iyon, kaya ating napahalagahan ang anuman na meron tayo sa ngayon. Sa ilalim ng kanyang administrasyon, naging batas ang Republic Act 8042 o ang Magna Carta for Overseas Workers para sa ating mga bagong bayani. Ang layo ng Migrant Workers Act ay para masiguro na ligtas ang ating mga OFWs laban sa anumang uri ng abuso kasunod ng pagbitay kay floor contemplation sa Singapore. Bagamat ginawa ng ating pamahalaan ng lahat, mailigtas lamang ang buhay ni Flor, ay nabigo ang ating pagsisikap. Towards the end of this administration, the 1997 Asian financial crisis hit, wreaking havoc to our and our neighbors' economies. Before that, the Philippines was dubbed as the rising tiger economy in Asia, after being called a sick man years prior. FVR spearheaded economic reforms and encouraged private enterprise by opening up our once closed national economy, inviting more foreign and domestic investment through the Build, Operate, and Transfer program, and reducing corruption. He had built a solid base on which later policies and programs took off. On a personal note, my family is connected with the former president in more ways than one. He was instrumental to my and our family's eventual foray in the noble call of public service. And to most of us here, to say the least, Fidel Valdez Ramos is a friend, a visionary, and a rock. FVR was a good family friend and a contemporary of my father-in-law, the late Senator Ramon Revilla Sr., the father of the Public Works Act. Daddy authored Republic Act 8150, or the Public Works and Highways Infrastructure Program Act of 1995. He is our ninong to our 1998 centennial wedding, dubbed as such by the press of having coincided with the centenary of our independence. FDR was a true visionary, not just in economics and policy making, but also in politics. My husband, Senator Bong, considers FDR his father in public service. FDR got that proverbial political eye. He not only encouraged but convinced then already famed actor but neophyte politician Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. to enter public service in 1995. My husband won as Vice Governor of the great province of Cavite alongside then NBI Director and later Governor Epimaco Velasco. Also, the former president was more of a mentor to my husband, Senator Bong, and according to our good senator, and I quote, his first and true mentor, end quote. Wala si Bong Revilla sa larangan ng serbisyo publiko kung wala ang isang President FVR. Magkasangga at pinagsamang lakas ng agimat ng Cavite at ng dakilang sundalo ng Pangasinan. And like they say, the rest is history. We all followed their examples and trod on the same path set by my father-in-law and husband. During official functions and our numerous encounters, FVR definitely lights up the room and sets the tone. You know how he is there. Being a reverend and elder statesman, FVR never fails to share entertaining and insightful anecdotes of his travels. His wisdom and political genius have rubbed off on this representation and more members of our family, particularly Congressman Jolo Revilla, who considers FVR as an idol. Ang pinakahuli nga sa kanyang pagiging visionary, ang pagtakbo ni dati at ating pinakamamahal pa rin na Presidente Rodrigo Roa Duterte sa Panguluhan noong 2016. FVR was a rock. He is the father of the party of Lakas, CMD, to which our Speaker and some of our fellow members of this august chamber belong. My husband is now party co-chairman after he offered the same to Vice President Sara Duterte. FVR may have left us, but his inspiration and ideals will live on as we continue to make our party invigorated as well as grounded. Ikaw ang aming gabay at inspirasyon. Para sa partido, kaya namin ito. Para sa bayan, kaya namin ito. At kami ay magsasama-sama, tulong-tulong bilang kanyang mga lingkod. Maraming salamat, mahal na Pangulo FDR, at kami na ang magpapayabong pa sa inyong ipinunla. As one nation, our thoughts and prayers go out to Ninang and former First Lady Amelita Ming Ramos, their children and grandchildren. Also, we offer our gratitude and condolences to them and pray that they be comforted by the fact that FVR, a great soul, has returned to our Creator. I invite all present in this plenary to stand up and offer a few moments of silence as we remember former President Fidel Valdez Ramos. Paalam, salamat. Rest in peace, President Fidel Valdez Ramos. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Lani Revilla be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the 1st District of Albay Congressman Edsel Lagmal to deliver his privilege speech.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Madam Speaker and distinguished colleagues, my constituents and I join the nation in grieving the loss of an innovative and well-respected President Fidel B. Ramos. Not known to many, President Fidel B. Ramos was a staunch advocate of reproductive health. As former president, he attended many meetings of supporters of the reproductive health bill, together with his sister, the late Senator Leticia R. Sihani, in designing strategies to facilitate the passage of the then controversial measure. The reproductive health law, of which I was the principal author, was enacted in 2012 and subsequently declared constitutional by the Supreme Court. FBI delivered speeches and wrote articles urging the enactment of a reproductive health law. His advocacy for reproductive health started when he appointed the late Dr. Juan Fabier as Secretary of Health, who was likewise an RH advocate. The issue of reproductive health in population are integral and imperative components of a development agenda because population, poverty, reproductive health, and sustainable human development are so closely interrelated that none of them can be considered in isolation. Well-funded programs on family planning and reproductive health are not only pro-woman and pro-poor, they are ultimately pro-life and pro-development. President Ramos underscored during his term the urgency of progressive family planning and population policies. Let us treasure and fully fulfill this legacy. Thank you, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Edsel Lagman be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ralph G. Recto of the 6th District of Batangas to avail of the privilege hour. So move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues. I join the nation in mourning the passing of a statesman who changed the course of our country and the lives of our people for the better. President Ramos was brave in war, industrious in work, visionary in public service, and helpful to his fellow men. He was a steady Eddie who led by infectious and inspiring example, from the trenches of Korea to the corridors of Malacanang. Whether in the battlefield or in the bureaucracy, he was daring in deeds and bold in thinking. He was driven by the Protestant Ilocano West Point work ethic, which ingrained in him the habit of rising before dawn and toiling till midnight. In all the offices he held, he was the first man in and the last man out of the office. This is so because he demanded from the men he led the same discipline, thoroughness, and punctuality that he imposed on himself. He was a mission-oriented commander who led from the front, never from the rear. While in Malacanang, he directed the war on many fronts: against poverty, against want, against illiteracy, against vested interests, with the most rudimentary of instruments, a pencil pen. He used in scribbling off instructions and a milk box that was always full of documents which his aide lugged around. That box was FDR's version of the US president's nuclear football, but his delivered a mightier payload. And in his hand, that pen was mightier than the sword. He assumed office in the same year I joined this bigger and better house in 1992. It was a time when the country was reeling from the devastation of Pinatubo and the Baguio earthquake, when protected interests crushed competition and denigrated public service, when civil strife from north to south, by the left and by the right, set back growth. In many places, when you opened the taps, there was no water. You tried to catch a plane, there was none. You lift the phone, you get a busy signal. You switch on the lights, there was no power. FVR ended the people's misery by dismantling the protections which coddled monopolies, injected efficiency by bringing in competition, gave the consumer better and cheaper options, and leveled the playing field. He was also a trailblazer in ending the multiple threats to democracy. The paradox is that he was a warrior who trained in the best soldier school in the world, where he paid as tuition one of his kidneys. So it came to pass that a man who was proficient in the art of war became a dogged peacemaker who used diplomacy and democracy to forge peace settlements with those who sought change unconstitutionally. With that came the expansion of democratic space, where one could advocate contrarian ideas without risk to one's life or being red tagged. He valued and sought feedback, and the more brutal, the better. He was not a charter member of the Balat Sibuyas Club. Among the beneficiaries of his peace offensive were the coup leaders he outsmarted, despite him being outgunned and outnumbered many times. Still, the great Tabaco smoked the peace pipe with them. FVR was our ninong sa kasal. I remember him sweating beads in the jam-packed Lipa Cathedral. The gracious man that he was, he could have approved the PSG's frantic call to cut an exit path for him. Instead, he patiently waited for his turn to leave in order not to disturb the people who have been standing out in the open for hours. He said in true caballero fashion. We and I will miss him, as do a nation and a people to whom he gave his all and his very best at all times. Saludo, mahal na Pangulo. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Ralph G. Recto be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is there any
appropriate action? So moved, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sia Alonto Adjong from the 1st District of Lanao del Sur to avail of the privilege hour. So moved.
The Honorable Siyat Adjong is recognized.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. All praise is due to Allah, the sovereign creator of the universe, the God of no equal. Peace and blessings be upon the last prophet of God, Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, whom God chose to be the bearer of his message and his sign of mercy unto mankind. Madam Speaker, I rise before you today on behalf of my constituents in the 1st District of the province of Lanao del Sur to extend our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of former President Fidel V. Ramos, and to share in their grief as we mourn the loss of a man, a visionary, a true patriot, and a staunch advocate of peace process who served his country with faith in its people. When President FVR was elected in 1992, he made it a priority to pursue the peace negotiations between the government of the Philippines and the Moro revolutionary groups, namely the Moro National Liberation Front and the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. While many of us in our region thought that it would take an approach that involves wielding an iron fist, considering his immediate background in the security sector, he has proven that our expectation was actually based on false presumption. For he extended the hand of peace to the people of the Bangsamoro. The Moro National Liberation Front and the government of the Philippine Panel signed the 1996 Final Peace Agreement during his term, and he expressed confidence in it, saying that it was bound to succeed not merely by force of the noble intentions of its participants, but because it rides the crest of mankind's universal aspirations. During his time in 1997, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the government of the Philippine Panels signed the agreement on the general cessation of hostilities. This document, Madam Speaker, became a key reference in the peace negotiations with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, and his approach to peace in the Bangsamoro provided a blueprint for the administrations that followed, and eventually leading to the formation of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. It was also, Madam Speaker, during his term when the revival of the trade routes across the Sulu and Celebes Seas began, in the hopes of renewing economic bridges that can bring growth and development to Mindanao. In 1992, this became a main agenda in the high-level talks with his counterpart heads of states in Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, respectively. In 1994, the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or the BIMP-IAGA, had its inaugural senior officials meeting and ministers meeting in Davao City. At present, Madam Speaker, the BIMP-IAGA continues to be an essential part of the Bangsamoro region's economic growth and development agenda. Madam Speaker, in short, former FBR invested so much in the peace process that the gains of the peace process that we enjoy right now started with him. Many Filipinos will remember him as the president who led and transformed the country from being, quote and unquote, the sick man of Asia to a budding tiger economy in Asia. And part of his success is understanding the importance of pursuing peace in the country alongside its economic development. His dedication to peace makes it clear to me that he was truly one of the best presidents the Philippines has had in recent memory. Ang unang distrito po ng lalawigan ng Lanao del Sur ay nakikiisa sa pagdadalamhati ng ating bansa sa pagpanaw ng dating Pangulong Fidel Valdez Ramos. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Zian Alonte Adyong of the 1st District of Lanao del Sur be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate actions.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we recognize the party list of ACT teachers, Congresswoman Franz Castro.
The Honorable Franz Castro is recognized. Majority Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the party list representative of Gabriela, Congresswoman Arlene Brosas.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not about the eulogy for the former president of Fidel V. Ramos, but we would also like to express our empathy towards the family and all of those who are grieving for the death of our former president, Fidel V. Ramos. Now, on to my privileged speech, Madam Speaker. This is about the Contrasona, the Filipinos people's real situation and their demands. Madam Speaker, fellow representatives in this chamber, and to the Filipino people, a pleasant afternoon. Sinabi po ni Pangulong Marcos sa kanyang SONA noong nakaraang Lunes, the state of the nation is sound. Subalit para sa milyon-milyon na kababaihang Pilipino, hindi maramdaman ang malusog na estado ng bayan. Dumadanas ngayon ng matinding kahirapan ang kalakhan ng populasyon ng mamamayang Pilipino. Ayon sa Ibon Foundation, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga may pinakamalubhang kalagayan pagdating sa kawalan ng trabaho at pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin sa rehiyon ng Southeast Asia. This June 2022, the Philippines inflation rate jumped to 6.1%, as reported by the Philippine Statistics Authority. It was the highest inflation rate since October 2018, when inflation reached 6.9%, and the second highest inflation rate among ASEAN countries. Patuloy ang pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin at bayarin, lalo na ang presyo ng langis at gasolina. Kasabay nito, walang sapat na trabaho sa bansa. Nagpapatuloy ang kontraktualisasyon at mababang kalidad ng empleyo. Nasa 6% o 2.76 million ang bilang ng walang trabaho noong Mayo. Ayon pa ito sa konserbatibong tala ng gobyerno. Kapansin-pansin din ang paglobo ng mahigit 1 milyon mula Abril tungong Mayo 2022 ng pinagsamang bilang ng self-employed at unpaid family workers, kung saan konsentrado ang mga kababaihan. Hindi nakasasabay sa nagtataas ang presyo ng bilihin ang minimum wage na 570 pesos sa Metro Manila at mas mababa pa sa ibang rehiyon. Nagkaroon ng pagtaas ng sahod, ngunit kakarampot lamang at tila insulto ito sa mga manggagawang nagbabanat ng buto para sa kinabukasan ng kanilang pamilya at ng bansa. Ang halaga ng piso, nasa 87 sentimo na lang dahil sa inflasyon. Hindi naging prioridad ang panlipunang serbisyo, lalo na ang serbisyong pangkalusugan ng bansa. Walang sistematiko at komprehensibong tugon ang gobyerno pagdating sa kalusugan, lalo na sa reproductive, maternal at child care services na pinakakailangan ng kababaihan. Dahil sa napakataas na bayarin sa ospital, pinipili na lamang ng mamamayan ang tiisin ang sakit at kahayaan na lamang na lumipas ang nararamdaman. Tuloy-tuloy ang demolisyon at kawalan ng kasiguruhan sa paninirahan sa kabila ng umiiral na pandemya. Sadlak din ang kalagayan ng ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda dahil sa patuloy na liberalisasyon sa agrikultura, lalo na ang patuloy na importasyon. Nagpahirap din sa kanila ang pandemya at sunod-sunod na kalamidad. Kung kaya't naging lubog sila sa utang upang matustusan lamang ang pangangailangan ng kanilang pamilya at ang mga kagamitan sa pagtatanim at pangingisda. Sa kabila ng sumisiding krisis sa bansa at kawalan ng tulong at ayuda, tumitindi rin ang pagsupil sa karapatan at paglabag sa karapatang pantao. May 4 na aktivistang nawawala pa rin hanggang sa ngayon. 2 sa kanila ay hinihinalang dinukot ng militar sa pagsisimula ng termino ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos Jr. Sina Elizabeth Loy Magbanwa, Alipio Ador Huwat, Elgin Mungkal, and Maria Elena Cha Cortez Pamposa. ay mga aktivistang buong pusong naglilingkod sa bayan, pero ngayon itinatago ng militar. Bangungot na nagpapaalala sa mga desaparecido sa panahon ng batas militar, wala pa ring natatanggap na hustisya ang mga biktima ng war on drugs ng nakaraang administrasyon. Nagpapatuloy ang matinding red tagging, pagtagip, pag-aresto at pagpatay sa kababaihan sa mamamayang Pilipino. This is the true state of the nation and the Filipino people, which President Marcos Jr. failed to mention in his first SONA. In fact, his SONA was music to the ears to local and foreign corporations, even as it sounded incomprehensible to ordinary Filipinos. It was evident in the very first part of his speech wherein he said that our country must become an investment destination. He reiterated laws that pave the way to more profit for the rich, such as Create Law, amendments to the Public Service Act, and Foreign Investments Act. Meanwhile, he will impose value-added tax on digital goods and services, which will further burden ordinary people, tax incentives sa mga mayayaman at mga dayuhang kumpanya, samantalang tax increase sa mga mahihirap. Hindi binagyan pansin ang pagwawakas sa kontraktualisasyon at pagtataas ng national minimum wage na matagal nang hinihingi ng mga manggagawa. Bagkus, ang solusyon sa hinaing ay labor export. Mas nakatuon sa pagkakaroon ng trabaho sa labas ng bansa. Bakit hindi palakasin ang industriya, lumikha ng trabaho, taasan ng sweldo ng mga manggagawa, nang sa gayon ay hindi na sila mapilitang mangibang bansa at mahiwalay sa pamilya? Tulong sa forma ng pautang sa mga magsasaka ang sagot ng Pangulo sa food crisis at pagpapataas ng agricultural production. Babaunin na naman ng Administrasyong Marcos Jr. ang ating mga magsasaka, babaunin na naman ang mga magsasaka sa mga pautang at mahihirapan na naman silang makabangong muli. Wala ring nabanggit hinggil sa pagbabasura ng rice liberalization law na ginamit ng Presidente sa panahon ng kanyang kampanya. Imbes na nakatuon ang mga prioridad sa pangangailangan ng mamamayan, pagpapaunlad at pagpaparami ng infrastruktura tulad ng railway, seaports at airports para sa kapakanan ng mga turista at ang isa sa mga tampok na laman ng SONA. Itutuloy ang build pero public-private partnership, ang MODA, na sasaid sa kaban ng bayan, pagmumulan ng korupsyon at magdudulot ng malawakang demolisyon. Pagpapaunlad sa kapakanan at ganansya ng mga nagahari na uri samantalang tatanggalan ng tirahan ng mga mahihirap. Sa 19 priority bills ng Presidente, wala ni isang magtitiyak ng karapatan at kagalingan ng kababaihan at ng taong bayan. Pagbaba ng presyo ng bilihin, regular na trabaho, nakakabuhay na sahod, pagwawakas ng liberalisasyon sa agrikultura, serbisyong pabahay sa mga maralita, pagsuspinde ng VAT at excise tax sa langis, pagbabasura sa train law at oil deregulation law, kagyat at direktang pamamahagi ng subsidy at ayuda, at pagrespeto sa karapatan ng pagbibigay hustisya sa lahat ng biktima ng human rights violations. Ito ang mga pangunahing kailangan ng mamamayang Pilipino at patuloy itong bibitbitin at ipaglalaban ng mga kababaihan. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela be referred to the Committee on Rules for Appropriate Action.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority.
Madam Speaker, if we could recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List.
The Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel is recognized.
Gabi na. Magandang gabi po, Madam Speaker. Para sa unang privileged speech ng ating representasyon, in behalf of our young people, gusto nating magpasalamat at gusto nating batiin ang lahat ng isang makabayang pagbati. Tumitindig ang bagong representasyon na ito ng kabataan sa aming kolektibong kapasidad upang ipahayag ang ating countersona o tugon ng mga kabataang Pilipino sa kakatapos lamang na SONA. Hanggang ngayon, inaantay pa rin ng mamamayan na mabanggit ang mga konkretong solusyon sa issues of the day, lalo na ang relief measures na kinakailangan ng mamamayan sa kagyat. Nabanggit man ang mataas na presyo ng mga bilihin sa ating SONA, walang nailatag na immediate plan kung paano tayo tutugon. Hindi nasagot ang panawagang lifting ng excise taxes on oil products, which could have eased the economic burden of families amid the rising costs of basic goods, transportation, and food. Marami na pong nagugutom at walang trabaho, pero hindi pa bahagi ng priorities ang pagtaas ng sahod, benefits, at ang regularization. Totoo namang kakailanganin natin ang dagdag na source of income para sa mga ito at para din sa iba pang gagastusin ng ating gobyerno para sa mga pangangailangan ng bansa. Pero kailangan din nating maging maingat sa pagpataw ng tax sa ating mga consumers. Taxes that will weigh most heavily on the poor and the middle class. Halimbawa po, ang planong tax sa digital services and transactions ay maaring maging pabigat sa ating mga online seller. Ayon sa Digital Pinoy's Network National Campaigner na si Ronald Gustilo, to quote, "Many online sellers are operating in their own residences, and online selling has provided employment to those who lost their jobs due to the pandemic. Most of the time, they employ a small number of workers who prepare and deliver the goods. Essentially, these are small family businesses which put food on the table of countless Filipinos. Dapat ituring na essential ang digital services, lalo na't maraming mga kababayan natin ang gumagamit ng online platforms. Kabilang na po galing sa ating sektor, mga estudyante and education stakeholders na nasa blended learning modes. Dapat ituring na essential ang digital services kung plano ng pamahalaan na paigtingin ang access sa digital services sa pamamagitan ng mga hakbang para sa interconnectivity. Dagdag pa ni Gustilo ng Digital Pinoy's Network, digital services are also used for health and education services. Imposing taxes on these services will only halt the stride that we have seen in terms of the advancement of digital services. Sa kabilang banda, dapat ding tiyakin na nagagastos ng tama ang pera na mapupunta sa kaban ng bayan at hindi natin tinitipid ang ating mga kababayang pinaglilingkuran. Halimbawa, ang personnel services para sa ating government employees ay bahagi ng makabuluhang gastos ng gobyerno para makapagbigay ng abot-kaya at dekalidad na serbisyo para sa mamamayan. Maaring magdulot ng pagkawala ng trabaho ng daang libong government employees ang planong right-sizing na may layuning bawasan ang gastos ng gobyerno habang may mga panukala naman para mag-establish ng mga bagong ahensya na may mandatong kahalintulad na o nasasaklaw na ng mga bureau na nasa ilalim ng existing departments. Para maging investment destination naman ng ating bansa, may papel dito ang mga batas gaya ng Create Law, Public Service Act, at Foreign Investments Act. Binigyan ng Create Law ng tax breaks ang malalaking mga korporasyon at sa taya ng research groups, aabot po sa 372 billion pesos ang nawalang revenue mula sa gobyerno dahil sa tax breaks na ito. Ito ay malaking halaga na maaaring magamit para sa priorities gaya ng edukasyon, kalusugan, pag-aayos ng mass transport system, at iba pa. Ang mas matining na papel ng mga dayuhang korporasyon sa critical infrastructure ay maaaring magdulot ng kompromiso sa ating soberanya, gaya na lamang ng telecommunications at ang implications ng papel ng banyaga sa seguridad ng mahalagang impormasyon at datos ng bansa. Sa halip na tipirin ang gastos para sa ganitong kahalagang mga infrastruktura at serbisyo at bigyang daan ang lalong privatisasyon at pagpapaubayan ng mga ito sa banyaga, nararapat lang na paglaanan ang mga ito ng pondo, significant amount of our national budget. Nangangamba po tayo na sa lalong pagsadlak sa hirap na ating mga magsasaka, maaring madulot ito ng pagbagsak ng mas malaking volume ng imported agricultural products at pagpapahintulot ng 100% land ownership para sa mga dayuhan. Sa pamamagitan ng tinutukoy na strengthening of the value chain, tinatali ang ating agrikultura sa mga dayuhang importer ng mga pangunahing produkto at nilalayo tayo sa landas patungo sa self-sufficiency. Noteworthy man ang ilan sa mga nabanggit sa ating SONA tungkol sa land distribution, kailangan pa rin itong pagbantayan. Beyond loan programs, dapat libreng ipamahagi ang lupa sa mga magsasaka, kabilang yung mga baon na sa utang. Sa pangkalusugan, nasa pandemya pa rin tayo, pero tila ba'y merong gustong umepal, iyong monkeypox, na ngayon ay dineklara na bilang isang global health emergency. Kaya dapat ihanda na natin ang ating healthcare system at bahagi nito ang pagtitiyak ng hazard pay at dagdag na risk allowance sa ating mga healthcare workers. Para pangasiwaan ang mga ito, dapat ay mapunan na natin ang posisyon ng Secretary of Department of Health. Sa edukasyon, ang learning loss at ang future economic and productivity losses ng bansa ay dulot ng pagpapatupad natin ng isa sa pinakamatagal na school closure sa buong mundo. We had 61 weeks of full school closures, nearing the top-notcher, which is Bangladesh, at 63 weeks. Bagamat long overdue na ang school opening sa ating bansa, ang planong buksan ang mga paaralan sa Nobyembre ay bahagi ng pagtuturing sa movement ng education community bilang booster sa isang ekonomiya naghihingalo at nagre-recover mula sa mga epekto ng COVID-19 pandemic. While the administration, through the first SONA, reiterated that it wants full face-to-face classes for all students, we find the plans laid down to make face-to-face classes safe to be lacking, if not unscientific. The rollout of booster shots of the COVID-19 vaccine is encouraged, but will not guarantee the prevention of outbreaks or infection. Mainam na matuto tayo mula sa karanasan ng ibang mga bansa na hindi masyadong matagal ang kanilang school closures. Ito ang nilalaman ng UNESCO Policy Paper on COVID-19 School Health and Safety Protocols na nagdedetalye ng magagandang mga praktika at aral kung paano tutugon ang mga paaralan sa pagkalat ng Omicron variant ng coronavirus. Ideally, sabi nga ng UNESCO, schools should be the last institutions to close and the first to reopen. Sa mga bansa gaya ng Canada, France, Italy at United Kingdom na nagre-recover din naman mula sa pandemya, mahalagang bahagi ng safety measures sa mga paaralan ang regular na rapid o antigen testing sa mga estudyante, guro at kawani ng paaralan, gaya ng nagagawa natin dito sa House of Representatives. Sa Estados Unidos, mas malaking pondo ang ilalaan ng pamahalaan sa regular rapid testing sa loob ng paaralan. Para sa 76 million students, titiyakin ng kanilang gobyerno ang 5 million na libreng test bawat buwan, 5 million na libreng RT-PCR tests bawat buwan, at mas maraming testing units at community testing sites. Sa Morocco, meron random testing campaign sa lahat ng grade level sa mga pampubliko at pampribadong paaralan. Batay sa mga huling pag-aaral din, airborne o sa hangin kumakalat ang COVID-19. Dahil dito at sa mabilis na pagkalat ng mga subvariant ng Omicron, isa sa primary measures para masabing ligtas ang mga espasyo ay sa pagpapabuti ng ventilation at air filtration. Ngayong 2022, ginagawa na ito sa Canada at sa United Kingdom. Sa France, magpo-procure ang gobyerno ng carbon dioxide monitors para i-monitor ang tamang antas ng ventilation sa mga paaralan. Ayon sa UNESCO, all of these require material and financial resources. Mas mainam na ito ang laman ng priority agenda, hindi ang pagpapatupad ng mandatory ROTC, na hindi ang tayong sagot sa pagpapalaganap ng disiplina at nasyonalismo at nagtataguyod lamang ng kultura ng karahasan, impunity at blind obedience sa ating mga kabataan. Kapag pinag-aralan natin ang ating kasaysayan, matututunan natin na dahil sa pagkamatay ng ating kapwa-kabataan na si Mark Wilson Chua, isinabatas sa ilalim ng administrasyon ni former President and now Deputy Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo ang NSTP law na ginagawang optional ang pagkuha sa ROTC. Kamakailan lang din, nag-trending din online ang hashtag No to Mandatory ROTC. Dagdag pa, ang mandatory ROTC ay pwede magpataas ng mga bayarin at gastusin sa eskwelahan, lalo sa mga estudyanteng hirap na itawid ang kanilang pag-aaral. Ayon po sa ating kapwa legislator sa Senado na si Senator Win Gatchalian, gagastos tayo ng nasa 38 billion pesos bawat taon. And that is prior to adjusting the cost due to inflation para maipatupad ang mandatory ROTC bawat taon. At panghuli, sa ating privilege speech, hinahanap din natin ang pagbanggit ng karapatan, pagtiyak sa karapatan ng ating mga kababayan, pagpapalaya sa political prisoners, pagtiyak ng press freedom at pagtuloy sa peace talks bilang bahagi din ng ating paghahanap ng hustisya para sa mga biktima ng human rights violations. Kaisa po ninyo ang Kabataan Party List sa paghahangad ng isang mas magandang kinabukasan para sa lahat at para sa mga susunod na henerasyon. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Daniel Manuel be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, can we recognize the Honorable Mark Cuanco of the 2nd District of Pangasinan?
The Honorable Mark Cuanco is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege regarding the urgency and imperative of nuclear electricity for the Philippines. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, Bill Gates once said, if there is any single thing you could lower the price of to eliminate poverty, by far, it would be the price of energy. Indeed, if the Philippines did not have power shortages post-1986 and consequently had lower electricity prices, would it not be then plausible to assume that we could have increased our GDP by an incremental, just an additional 1% for each of the years post-1986 until today? If we accept this premise, does it not imply that our economy should be at least around 36% larger than it is today? Our 2021 GDP was 21.6 trillion pesos. 36% larger is 29.38 trillion pesos. 7.78 trillion just for 2021 alone. Would that not equate to millions of jobs that never materialized? Higher pay? Would that not have meant that there would have been less or no deindustrialization, which forced so many to have to live and work abroad? The economic opportunity loss from this avoidance of the Philippines as an investment destination because of high power prices and grid fragility has not cost us millions or billions of pesos in lost opportunity. This has cost us trillions of pesos, and its effects continue to be trillions yearly to this day. And all that, if the incremental economic opportunity cost for not having nuclear was just 1% of GDP. Could it have been 2% more? I only remember that during the Asian boom times, some of our neighbors achieved double-digit growth rates. We did not. Could we have avoided the power shortages, the highly pollutive diesel power barges, the diesel generator on every street corner and commercial establishment, and in most government offices? The onerously high power cost to all citizens and fragile grid that linger to this day? Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, in a word, yes. Our 100% complete BNPP completed its hot functional testing in March of 1984, generating approximately 5 megawatts on and off for several months, proving that it is not the white elephant its detractors want to make it out to be. BNPP is one of the last 4 two-loop nuclear plants designed in the first nuclear era by Westinghouse. The other 3 are Angra 1 in Brazil, KRSKO in Slovenia, Kori 2 in South Korea. These 3 are all running in their home countries and are award winners for uptime and reliability. In May of 1985, BNPP was subjected to inspection by IAEA's OSART-2 mission. OSART means Operational Safety Review Team, which came to the Philippines. And it received favorable endorsement. It was subsequently declared as ready for core loading with nuclear fuel. Reasons why it was not loaded and run are political in nature and can be found in then Energy Minister Jeronimo Velasco's memoirs. It had something to do with the then U.S. Ambassador Stephen Bosworth's what I consider meddling in the Philippines' internal affairs. February 1986 shortly came around, and the rest is history. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, BNPP could have opened the nuclear door for the Philippines just as it did in South Korea. South Korea has half our population. Kasabay lang po ng BNPP ang Kori 2. Kori 2 paid for itself in about 6 years of operations. Today, Korea has 24 running nuclear plants, many of which are still in their amortization period. Electricity in Korea costs approximately 4 US cents per kilowatt hour wholesale. That's approximately 2 pesos and 20 centavos per kilowatt hour wholesale. In the United States of America, where the almost 100-strong fleet operates, the plants are mostly fully amortized. There, according to EIA, Energy Information Administration, nuclear costs approximately 2.3 US cents per kilowatt hour. That's 1 peso and 27 centavos per kilowatt hour wholesale. Imagine if we built nuclear plants instead of coal and gas plants since 1986, moving forward till today and onward. We probably would have kept pace with the economic development of our Korean brothers. But even if we did not, we probably would not be left as far behind as our approximately 20 to 1 lower per capita consumption of energy would indicate. In a way, that's a definition of our poverty. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the charts depicted here illustrate how deadly various forms of energy are, including wind and solar. It can be seen that nuclear is the least deadly And if we exclude Chernobyl, because it has no containment, and which has an all-time casualty rate of less than 50 since 1986, these charts would read 0 for nuclear. The implication, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, is that nuclear has already saved over 2 million lives by avoiding all other forms of energy wherever it is located. The further implication, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, is that the coal and other fossil plants we have allowed and permitted in Bataan, Zambales, Pangasinan, Quezon, Batangas, Pampanga, Bulacan, Iloilo, Cebu, Misamis Oriental, Davao City, Davao del Sur, Sultan Kudarat, and other parts of the Philippines have caused a few thousand of premature deaths among Filipinos since 1986 until today. Lives which could have gone on to full expectation had we operated BNPP and built a nuclear fleet instead of a coal and gas fleet of power plants. And yet so few protest these. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, what enables nuclear to be magically cheap, clean yet reliable is the energy density of uranium, which is many millions of times higher than even the most potent of fossil fuels like gasoline, diesel, LNG, or coal. There's a chart for that. That's the wrong chart. The illustration below depicts comparison to uranium to these fossil fuels. You can see in the chart below also a depiction of the 51 Panamax-sized ships of 50,000 tons each needed to run a BNPP-sized coal plant for 18 months. The equivalent nuclear fuel is 1 jeepney a single time every 18 months. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, for each gigawatt of nuclear capacity we build, we will avoid at least $600 million of coal or LNG importation per year, maybe more since prices have risen since the Russian war. The equivalent nuclear fuel will cost approximately 20 to 30 million US dollars. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, we can totally eliminate the ocean shipping infrastructure and fleet of coal or LNG ships that keep our electricity and lights on. Surely, distinguished colleagues, this is a matter which impacts not only energy independence, but also economic security and national security itself. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, the ocean contains over 4.5 billion tons of self-replenishing natural uranium. To extract this, mining is not needed. Fibers which are placed in the sea and harvested every other month are what it takes. Ocean uranium already sets a price cap for uranium in the world. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, there are too many topics connected to nuclear to be covered in a single privileged speech. But let me just inform this august chamber that the EU Parliament, just a week or two ago, realizing that a green energy future is not attainable economically without nuclear, recently voted to include nuclear in its green investment taxonomy. This opens the door to tens of trillions of euro in financing for nuclear power. Allow me to end here for now. I am sure that I have raised enough points for you, my distinguished colleagues, to ponder. We shall tackle in the near future issues regarding nuclear. I look forward to sharing more of the information I have gathered over the last 15 years in future privileged speeches. Till then, mabuhay po kayong lahat, my dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker. Mabuhay at maging masagana ang Pilipinas. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize.
My indulgence, Madam Speaker, may I be recognized?
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Paul Dasa.
The Honorable Paul
Northern
Dasa is
Samar.
recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the gentleman from Pangasinan regard bringing up the issue on power. It's been a big problem for all of us, rich or poor, business, anywhere in the Philippines. In my area, electricity is so expensive, and I wanted to maybe just ask if the gentleman would yield for a few questions.
With pleasure, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if we talk about electricity, we all know it's very expensive in the Philippines. But I wanted to ask the gentleman, what would be, in layman's term, the effect for poor people, the lower income area families, the regions that are less fortunate? When we have, let's say, nuclear and the rates are reduced, how will that redound to Visayas, Mindanao, the far-off areas? Will Luzon be the only beneficiary?
Mr. Speaker, BNPP is just one nuclear power plant of 620 megawatts, which comprises just a few % of the capacity of the grid. For us to have cheap power by nuclear, we need a fleet of nuclear power plants. We should stop building coal plants and gas plants because every time we spend capital to build these plants, we tie ourselves to coal and gas for 4 more decades for each new plant we build. So, henceforth, if we were looking towards the future, as France did in the 70s when it went for fossil fuel independence from the Arabs, it went nuclear, and in 10 years, between 10 to 15 years, it went to 70% nuclear. And in that time frame, after that, it was unintentional for them to decarbonize, but they found out that they had decarbonized for free, meaning the intention was to go for energy independence, but they ended up being a very clean electricity grid. So I think that the misconception is that one nuclear plant will make all the difference. We need a fleet of nuclear plants. We need to amortize them so that at the end of the day, we could have half-price electricity. Half-priced electricity.
Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. Maybe just one more question because my colleague, the Honorable Defensor, can't wait to also interpellate. But earlier this afternoon, there were a lot of discussions on the medium-term fiscal framework. And in that framework, energy was mentioned. So I'd like to ask the gentleman if he knows if what the administration is planning on energy, whether this is in the priority or the agenda of the Marcos administration as it relates to the BNPP and energy in general.
Mr. Speaker, we all witnessed the SONA of President BBM, and it's the first time nuclear was mentioned in a very, very long time as far as SONAs go. whether there's a specific plan to go and how many to build and at what schedule, what time frame to build them, I don't know of any plan that exists. So we have a unique opportunity in this Congress to set policy on how nuclear can grow in this country and eventually cause us to have half-priced electricity.
Madam Speaker, I commend the gentleman for Pangasinan for bringing this issue to the House. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we extend the privilege hour for a few minutes.
There's a motion to extend the privilege hour. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List for his interpellations. I so move.
The Honorable Daniel Manuel is recognized.
Yes, good evening, Madam Speaker. Since maganda din namang nasimulan yung discussion about nuclear power and its use in the Philippines, I'd like to ask just two questions to our previous speaker. Na-mention po yung tungkol sa Bataan Nuclear Power Plant and I'd like to just clarify about some safety concerns about it and how this can be incorporated into discussions as we explore the use of nuclear energy in our country. Based on studies by Mahar Lagmay, na siyang head ngayon ng Project NOAA, ay merong isang fault na malapit sa kung saan nakatayo yung Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. So maybe the previous speaker has some comment and other related points.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, regarding the fault, alleged fault at Bataan at Morong at BNPP site, I am not a geologist. But there are geologists who have commented on the issue. One of them was the former head of UP NIGS, National Institute of Geological Sciences, Professor Caloy Arcilla, who has a PhD from Chicago, Illinois. Also, Renato Soledum, who is a PhD and heads the FIVOX, and also the technical people at the MGB of the DNR, and they all say, after looking repeatedly at the Morong site, that there is no fault near the plant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but I'd just like to point out that the study of Carlo Arcilla was done in 2005, and he argued that indeed the BNPP is safe, but later studies were done by Mr. Mahar Lagmay starting in 2008, and he is quoted up until now, 2021. Second question is about
Mr.
issues
Speaker,
on...
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to interject. There's factual error in that statement. The studies of Professor Arcilla are much more recent than 2005. They're post-2010. And in fact, there was a 2-month study done where they dug trenches all around the plant looking for a fault. They did ground-penetrating radar, they did resistivity tests, and they could not find any fault. So he has begun calling the other people, saying there's a fault, as fault finders, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, anyhow, Madam Speaker, we also hope that even in the academic community, they will reach consensus because any suspicion on these kinds of matters must really be entertained to ensure the safety of our people. Now, for the second question, I'd like to inquire about how we perceive the capacity of our country right now is to be as to how we can manage the wastes that can be produced by going into and harnessing nuclear energy. That would be all, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the matter of waste is a very long subject matter, but I will endeavor to answer it quickly. First of all, waste, the amount is tiny. If you saw the chart earlier of the millions to one ratio of energy density, one jeepney load of fuel every 18 months equates to one jeepney load of waste every 18 months, of which 95% is still reusable in future reactors. So there is a 20 times reusability in nuclear waste, meaning to say it is a great wealth of the nation. After which, if you use it 20 times in Gen 4 reactors, it becomes safe after 100 years, and it becomes less radioactive than common garden soil after 300 years. But if we want to waste it, then geological isolation is the solution. The latest technology is deep, 2-kilometer deep horizontal boreholes where this waste is placed, backfilled with bentonite and concrete, and that waste becomes attention and cost-free, gone forever, finality. So, but that would be a waste. You would be wasting the 20 times reusability of that nuclear resource. So the solutions are there. It's just that the detractors do not want to admit that the solutions are there. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That has been an interesting start to this conversation, and we hope that we can foster continuing debates as we proceed in the sessions of Congress. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Bataan, Honorable Albert Garcia, for his interpellations. I so move.
The Honorable Albert Garcia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader, Madam Speaker. Will the gentleman from Pangasinan yield to a few questions?
With pleasure, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the gentleman from Pangasinan mentioned the BNPP was supposed to operate in the year 1986, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, in May of 1985, it was ready for loading with nuclear fuel, Madam Speaker, but political considerations prevented it, notably in Filipino nakialam yung U.S. ambassador, who later on, when I visited Korea, I saw his pictures on a wall in a boardroom inaugurating nuclear plants in Korea. So I was very disturbed with that picture, because why was BNPP singled out? So that's the story po. There are three identical twins, three identical siblings of BNPP running today that were commissioned at around the same time, 1985, 1984, 1986. So they continue to run to this day and are producing power for their countries, clean, cheap. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since it was supposed to operate 1985, I stand corrected, instead of 1986, that would make the Bataan nuclear power plant and its design a little less than 40 years old, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
Madam
correct,
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
And I'm sure over those long period of time, around 40 years, a lot of advancement has happened in terms of the development of energy, not just nuclear, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I cannot speak about the other energies, or I can speak about the other energies, but the topic is nuclear today. Let me just say that light water reactors are still the same as they were then. China has just put online, I think a year ago, its last Generation 2 nuclear reactor new builds. So, for the benefit of my colleagues, a nuclear power plant ages because of the embrittlement of the steel, which is about a foot thick of its reactor pressure vessel, because of neutron bombardment. Our BNPP has not felt a single neutron, and so the RPV is brand new. There is precedent in the United States, in Tennessee, a 6-year older than BNPP plant was 60% complete, natenga ng dekada. In 2009, 2008, they decided to commission it. It was commissioned in 2016. It is America's newest nuclear power plant today. That is the Watts Bar 2 nuclear power plant in Tennessee. So that is the direct precedent for our case, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
May I add, Madam Speaker, Watts Bar 2 was granted a 40-year operating license and is entitled to 2 20-year extensions for a total operating lifetime of 80 years. That would be the same of our BNPP. If commissioned, its initial operating license would be for 40 years, and it would be entitled to 2 20-year extensions for a total operating lifetime of 80 years.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not an expert, especially in nuclear energy, unlike the gentleman from Pangasinan. But in latest readings, especially by the book of Bill Gates, How to Prevent a Climate Disaster, he was defining these new, modular, safer, more efficient, and less waste types of nuclear energy. And this is the new generation. And this was the same description by our president during his SONA. These modular types of nuclear power plants that are modular, that are more efficient and safer. And these are the advancement in nuclear energy for the past 40 years. Wouldn't it be more prudent, Madam Speaker, that we consider these new types of nuclear power plants rather than going to a 40-year-old nuclear power plant?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when the President was talking of SMRs, he was referring to only 2 models of SMRs which are licensed. In fact, the other one is not yet licensed. It still does not have design certification. He's talking about NuScale Power, which has design certification, and the other one is General Electric Hitachi BWRX 300, which does not yet have design certification. Both are LWRs, the same as our BNPP. One is a PWR design, the NuScale, and the BWRX 300 is a boiling water reactor, BWR. Our BNPP is a PWR. So same technology, no change in technology whatsoever. Just smaller, modularized, quicker to construct, cheaper, but the same. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So if this is the new kind of nuclear power plant, smaller, modular, it doesn't have to use the big, old design of the Bataan nuclear power plant. At the same time, it doesn't have to be located in that area where the surroundings have changed over the last 40 years. It can be located in the fringes where there are where these areas are lacking in power, so that we can have a more efficient distribution of power in our grid. Would that be accurate, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman has been opposed to nuclear power, BNPP in particular, since the 14th Congress, when we were here together debating this. Had BNPP been run even by the Pinoy administration, we would not be having difficulty with power supply. Today, we would have more nuclear plants and power would be much cheaper already today. We have been discussing this for more than 4 decades. The same plant where other countries decided to run it. Never mind the modifications mandated by the Puno Commission, which makes our plant safer than its identical siblings, because they did not bother with Puno Commission mandates. But we did. And still, this plant is not running. So we can debate here another 20 years and not run this plant and still be at the starting gate. My colleague should know that Bangladesh, who we used to look down on as being backward, by next year will commission their first nuclear power plant, which is 1,200 megawatts. 2 BNPPs. The following year, another 1,200 megawatts. That's 4 BNPPs in 2 years. Where will we be? Kulelat, because of this kind of obstructionism. I beg the gentleman to examine the contemporaries of BNPP and see how safe they have been in the world operating up to this day. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify that if the BNPP were operated in 1985 or 1986 and did not create any problems for our country, then everything would be fine. And we would probably have not undergo the blackouts in the 1990s. I agree with the gentleman. But it wasn't operated, and 40 years or almost 40 years have passed. As one of the citizens and leaders of the province of Bataan, wouldn't it be prudent for us to look at newer, safer, more efficient, and cleaner technology, since the BNPP wasn't operated in 1985? But if it were, and things were going fine, and no accidents, no fallouts, no negative circumstances, then it would be okay. Our only apprehension is that this is a 40-year-old technology. A lot
Madam.
of things have changed, not just in nuclear power development, but also in the surroundings of the BNPP in Bataan, and also Bataan as a whole. If I may say, Madam Speaker, this area, which used to be isolated 40 years ago, is now a tourism hotspot. a lot of resorts, from high-end resorts to backpackers resorts, is surrounding the area of the BNPP. Certainly, a nuclear power plant would not fit in that equation.
Mr. Speaker, may I answer
Another
questions?
circumstances,
There are a whole
Madam
lot
Speaker,
of questions and
if
points already
if I may
raised by the
finish.
gentleman,
If I
and
may
I cannot
finish,
keep
Madam
track
Speaker.
mentally of these points unless I answer them. Some of
If I may finish, Madam Speaker, Bataan is already producing for the grid 3,500 megawatts of power. We're one of the main producers of power to the Luzon grid. And for a potential 600 megawatt in BNPP, if anything happens, we put at risk the 3,500 megawatts being produced by Bataan for Metro Manila and
Mr.
neighboring
Speaker,
provinces.
may I answer the point?
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's good the gentleman has mentioned the coal plants. Because, like I said earlier in my privileged speech, which showed the lethality of various kinds of generating sources, the most lethal is coal. Hundreds of deaths per terawatt hours. Why has the leadership of Bataan allowed all these coal plants to cause certain shortening of lifespans in Bataan? Whereas BNPP, a nuclear plant, in the chart shown earlier, shows almost zero lethality. Why has Bataan chosen deadly coal plants over benign nuclear power plants? As for his other points, BNPP in the last 36 years has undergone major earthquakes more than once, the Pinatubo explosion, major typhoons, and if there is anywhere to run to in Bataan if those things hit, it's towards the BNPP because that is the safest structure constructed in the entire Republic of the Philippines. It has a seismic design basis of 0.4 G compared to the seismic design basis of Daiichi in Fukushima, which is only 0.18 G, and yet withstood a 9 earthquake. I could not say to this august body years ago when we were debating before 2010 that if a 9 earthquake hit Morong, nothing would happen to our BNPP. But I can say now, and my basis is Fukushima. Because a 9 earthquake hit there, a plant that had only 0.18 G design basis, sailed through the earthquake, automatically shut down, and was only damaged by the tsunami which followed. Because its generators were located in a basement which became a swimming pool. But our BNPP is located 19 meters above sea level. It would not have even gotten wet with the tsunami which hit Fukushima.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Marco Huangco and its interpellations be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentlelady from the ACT Teacher Party List, Honorable Franz Castro, for her privileged speech.
The Honorable
Madam
Franz
Speaker.
Castro is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Muli, magandang araw, Madam Speaker, sa mga kapwa ko kinatawan. Noong Hulyo 25, narinig natin ang unang State of the Nation ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Ngunit, Madam Speaker, ikinalungkot namin na wala pong narinig ang mga guro at ang sektor ng edukasyon patungkol sa mga buhay at kamatayang usapin nila. Para sa aming sektor, ito ang dagdag na sahod at benepisyo at dagdag na pondo para sa mga paaralan para sa darating na full implementation ng face-to-face classes. Para sa mayorya ng mga Pilipino, ito ang nakabubuhay na sahod, pagkontrol sa inflasyon at pagbaba sa presyo, trabaho at karapatan kabilang sa ibang mga isyung malapit sa sikmura. Sa simula pa lamang talumpati ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ay makikita na yung pagiging conman niya dahil nagpapanggap siyang nakikita ang kahirapan at problema, ngunit di niya inaalam ang pinakaugat ng problema ng taong bayan at mga solusyon. Hindi niya nababanggit ang malawakang pasismo ng gobyerno at human rights violations, pati na rin ang malalang krisis sa ekonomiya kung saan mataas ang inflation, kawalan ng trabaho, lupa, malawakang kahirapan, gutom, idagdag pa ang korupsyon at military overspending at lumulobong public death. Hindi rin niya sinabi ang accountability ng dating Pangulong Duterte sa drug war at ang paglobo ng utang mula sa 5.9 trillion tungo sa 12.5 trillion pesos sa loob lamang ng 6 na taon. Sinabi niya na mahalaga ang tax collection, ngunit walang sinabi doon sa mga iba pang mga dapat na kolektahin na mga tax. Ipinagmamalaki rin niya ang exemption sa CREATE at 100% foreign ownership sa Public Service Act at Foreign Investment Act. Ngunit alam naman natin na hindi makikinabang ang taong bayan. Nag-endorso si Pangulong Marcos Jr. ng 19 na legislative bills kung saan ay pumapabor pa rin sa mga laking korporasyon at mayayaman. Nadidismaya ang mga guro dahil hindi man lang nabanggit ang mga kailangang agarang aksyonan, lalo pa yung mayroong malalang learning crisis sa education. Ang pagtutulak ng Pangulo para sa pagsisimula ng face-to-face classes na amin ding matagal nang pinanawagan ay walang kalakip na konkretong commitment at akbang para paglaanan ng dagdag na pondo at lakipan ng komprehensibong plano ang pambansang gobyerno upang siguruhin ang kalusugan at kaligtasan ng bawat guro, kawani at mag-aaral. Mas nakaasa pa rin ang gobyerno at Department of Education sa local government units para ponduhan ang mga pangangailangan sa pagbubukas ng mga paaralan, ang retrofitting ng mga silid paaralan, pagbabakuna sa mga estudyante at iba pang mga pasilidad sa paaralan para sa standard health at sanitation measures. Ang mas malala pa, ang maling paggamit sa Mandanas ruling para sa pagpupondo sa dagdag na school building dahil hindi talaga sakop ng kapangyarihan ng LGU, bagkos ito ay nananatiling responsibilidad ng national government. Hindi devolve ang responsibilidad ng DepEd sa Mandanas ruling. Magiging kawawa ang mga low-income LGUs dahil kulang na ang mga kanilang mga pondo ay idadagdag pa ang pondo sa infrastructure at pasilidad ng mga paaralan. Isipin po natin, ang mga mahihirap at maliliit na syudad at munisipyo ay lalong hindi makakapagbigay ng local allowances at benepisyo ng mga guro at kawani o kagamitan ng mga bata. Kahit dagdagan pa ang kanilang shares from the national taxes o ang tinatawag nating IRA, salat pa rin ito para sa pagpapatayo ng mga aayusing mga paaralan at silid. Malala ang problema sa K-12 curriculum. Pinahina ang pagtuturo ng Filipino at kasaysayan ng Pilipinas. Pinahina ng mga pulisiya ang pagtuturo at paggamit sa mga batayang karunungang gaya ng wika, kabilang na ang mga regional na wika at Filipino Sign Language na L1 na mga bata. At tinanggal ang mahalagang aralin gaya ng GMRC. Ngunit sa halip na tugunan ang mga ito, mas isinulong pa ang Ingles bilang medium ng pagtuturo. Mas ipipilit ang Reserve Officers Training Course or ROTC para sa lahat ng estudyante na grade 11 and 12 sa pribado at pampublikong paaralan sa kabilang na madugong kasaysayan at layunin nito. Itong kauna-unahang SONA ni Pangulong Marcos Jr. ay nagpapakita ng kawalan ng kaalaman sa mga konkretong kondisyon ng mga stakeholders sa edukasyon. Hindi namin nakikitaan ito ng pakialam sa pagpapahalaga sa sektor. Kung nais nating solusyonan at makaaon sa krisis sa edukasyon, isang integral na parte ng pagkalinga sa kapakanan ng guro bilang frontliner sa education ngayong pandemya. Sa lawak at lalim ng learning crisis, maraming inaasahan sa ating nasa Kongreso. Ngunit pahintulutan niyo akong magsimula sa ngayon sa wish list ng mga guro para sa ligtas na balik paaralan sa gitna ng rumaragasapang COVID-19 bilang kahingian na dapat ay kagyat na ibigay sa kanila. Madam Speaker, una ay ang adequate budget for schools, MOOE. Pangalawa, better ventilation and air filtration for classrooms, washing and sanitation facilities for schools. Pangatlo, ramping up of vaccination programs. 4, free weekly testing for teachers and education support personnel who will participate in face-to-face classes. Number 5, mass hiring of school nurses and other non-teaching position. Provision of medical fund for the treatment of those who will get infected with COVID-19. At dahil hindi dapat pinapasabak ang ating mga bayaning sa mga sektor ng edukasyon sa public or private schools man, habang kumakalam ang kanilang sikmura, dapat ay kagyat din nating tugunan ang kanilang kahilingan para sa nakabubuhay na sweldo. Madam Speaker, huling tranche na ng SSL 5 sa susunod na taon, 2023. At hindi dapat mapako ang kanilang sweldo sa napakababang antas, lalo na sa gitna ng krisis sa ekonomiya. Ito rin ang mahigpit na nais ng mga kapwa nila guro at kawani sa private school at lahat ng mga civilian government employees sa buong burokrasya. Inihain natin ang House Bill 203 at na nagtataas ng sahod sa Teacher 1 mula sa grade 11 patungo grade 15 at 25 na sahod para sa mga government employees. Naghain at maghahain ako bilang kinatawan ng aming sektor at kasama ng Makabayan Bloc ng mga panukala para matugunan ang bawat isa sa mga wish list na ito. Naway kagyat nating talakayin at ipasa ang aming House Bills at House Resolution sa lalong madaling panahon. Kagyat at mapagpasyang aksyon ang inaasahan sa atin ng bawat guro, kawani, batang Pilipino at kanilang mga magulang. Ito lang po, Madam Speaker, muli magandang hapon sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Honorable Richard Gomez from Leyte.
The Honorable Richard Gomez is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the party list representative if should be willing to, would yield to some questions.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Magandang gabi po, representative from the party list. No? Magtatanong lang po ako sa inyo, do you agree that the school building program should be or should not be devolved sa LGU?
Yes, Madam Speaker, ayon po sa Mandanas ruling, ang DepEd function po ay hindi po ito devolve sa sa mga LGU.
Opo.
Due to Mandanas ruling. Kaya po yung responsibilidad para po sa pagbibuild, ang pangunahing responsibilidad po nito ay ang national government.
Alam niyo ho ba kung magkano po, Mr. Speaker, ang cost ng pagpapatayo ng isang classroom?
Sa ating pong karanasan bilang naging bahagi ng local school board, nakita ko po parang 5 million yung pagpapatayo ng school ng room or school bill or ng room.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The cost of a classroom would cost about 2.3 million to about 2.4 million. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know if in the future, magkaroon ng amendments with regards to the local government code pertaining to the Mandanas-Garcia case. Kayo po ba ay willing na sumuporta sa amendment nito?
Opo, Madam Speaker, for as long as ito po ay makakatulong para ma-improve, lalong-lalo na po yung mga pasilidad at mga kinakailangang infrastructure sa ating mga paaralan. Kaya po yung tayo po taon-taon tayo po ay nagpapasa ng dagdag na budget sa Department of Education para po madagdagan yung ating halimbawa po yung budget natin para sa mga basic facilities sa eskwelahan.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker. At inaasahan po na magkikita po tayo sana kung sakaling maamyendahan itong Mandanas-Garcia case sa local government code. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the privileged speech of Honorable Franz Castro and its interpellation be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
There's a motion to terminate the privilege hour. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the reference of business and that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills, resolutions, as well as communications.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles, resolutions, and committee reports.
Ayan na pala. Hindi, ikaw muna. Ikaw muna. Ikaw muna.
Reference of business, House Bill Number 1258, Strengthening the National Measurement Infrastructure System, by Representative Yu Divina Gris.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill Number 1259, Providing free legal assistance to any officer or enlisted personnel of the AFP and the PNP on any charge before the prosecutor's office, court, or any competent body arising from an incident or incidents related to the performance of official duty, by Representative Yu Divina Gris.
To the Committee on Justice, the Committee on National Defense and Security, and the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill Number 1260, Instituting the Magna Carta of Daycare Workers, by Representative Yu Divina Gris.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill Number 1261, Instituting the Medical Reserve Corps, by Representative Yu Divina Gris.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 1262, Establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute, by Representative Yu Divina Gris.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill Number 1263, Creating the Department of Disaster Resilience, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization and the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill Number 1264, Converting Zamboanga del Sur School of Arts and Trades into Zamboanga del Sur Polytechnic State College, by Representative Yu Divina Gris.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 1265, Declaring and Defining the Crime of Distributing bocha, double dead meat, or any meat taken from any food animal that has died of disease as a criminal offense, by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill Number 1266, Recognizing dashcam videos, CCTV videos, and other video footages from citizens to be admissible as electronic evidence provided therein prima facie proof of traffic violations by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1267, establishing a labor empowerment assistance program by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1268, instituting the Magna Carta of Daycare Workers by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 1269, promoting positive and non-violent discipline protecting children from physical, humiliating, or degrading acts as a form of punishment by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Welfare and Children.
House Bill 1270, instituting policies for the protection and promotion of the welfare of workers or independent contractors in the film, television, and radio entertainment industry by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1271, providing for a universal social pension for senior citizens by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1272, establishing a green public procurement program for all branches of government by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals.
House Bill 1273, providing for the comprehensive management of hazardous waste by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1274, increasing the service incentive leave of employees by Representative Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1275, establishing the OFW's hospital by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1276, instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 1277, providing a framework to protect and promote the right to adequate food by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 1278, strengthening drug prevention and control by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 1279, strengthening the regulation of employment of foreign nationals by Representatives Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Horebata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1280, institutionalizing the participation of civil society organizations in the preparation and authorization process of the annual national budget by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill 1281, granting cash and other non-monetary benefits and incentives to Filipino creatives and their coaches by Representative De Venecia.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 1282, repealing the Act promoting salt iodization nationwide and for related purposes by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1283, strengthening the protection of artists against forgery by Representative De Venecia.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 1284, amending Section 12A of the Special Protection of Children Against Abuse, Exploitation, and Discrimination Act by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 1285, declaring the month of October of every year as National Esports Month by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1286, amending Sections 100 and 272 of the Local Government Code of 1991 to expand the purpose and application of the Special Education Fund by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1287, establishing a framework for funding the development and operations of the National Museum of the Philippines through the Annual General Appropriations Act to complement and support the development of K-12 education in the country by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1288, establishing the Arts Residency Program of the Philippines by Representative De Venecia.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 1289, institutionalizing the Creative Philippines Program by Representative De Venecia.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 1290, providing free education for senior citizens in all public schools by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1291, providing free education for children of uniformed personnel killed in the line of duty by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1292, prohibiting the detention of bodies in funeral homes and morgues on grounds of non-payment of embalmment or any other funeral services, by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1293, converting Makati City into a special city, by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1294, converting the Makati West High School into Makati Science High School, by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1295, granting free tertiary agricultural education and other related courses to all dependent children of qualified indigent farmers, by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1296, promoting cooperative farming and providing incentives for its effective implementation, by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1297, addressing food security concerns through integrating instructional gardens in primary and secondary school curricula and promoting the use of urban agriculture, by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1298, to provide compensation to farmers who suffer from recurrent disasters and calamities, to sustain agricultural credit and financing, and to ensure food security by making insurance mandatory for palay and other essential crops, by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1299, providing a framework to protect and promote the right to adequate food, by Representative Lee.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 1300, strengthening the governance and management of the Philippine Science High School System, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 1301, establishing the Kamalig Science High School in the province of Albay, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1302, providing for the establishment of the Bicol Innovation, Research and Technology Hub and the construction of the education school facilities inside the Bicol University East Campus, Legazpi City, Albay, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1303, converting the Daraga, Albay into a component city to be known as the City of Daraga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill numbers 1304 to 1314, converting certain roads in the province of Albay into national roads, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill numbers 1315, 1316, 1317, and 1318, granting Philippine citizenships to Ku Shisu, Ku Fangsu, Ku Weisu, and Li Duan Wang, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1319, granting franchise to Kaisar Broadcasting Network Incorporated, by Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 1320, regulating the practice of audiology and audiometry, creating for this purpose a professional regulatory board of audiology, by Representative Gato.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1321, establishing a national high school in Ibabaw, Cordova, Cebu to be known as the Ibabaw National High School, by Representatives Lagon Daphne and Lagon Sani.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 1322, integrating the Cordova Public College in Cordova into the Cebu Technological University to be known as the CTU Cordova Campus, by Representatives Lagon Daphne and Lagon Sani.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1323, separating the Consolacion National High School, Laray Extension, and converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Nangka National High School, by Representatives Lagon Daphne and Lagon Sani.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1324, converting Consolacion Cebu into a component city to be known as the City of Consolacion, by Representatives Lagon Daphne and Lagon Sani.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1325, ordaining a national policy of free housing through use of rock, by Representative Gintu.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 1326, converting the Agusan del Norte Provincial Hospital in Butuan City, Agusan del Norte, into a Level 3 teaching and training hospital to be known as the Agusan del Norte General Hospital and Training Center, by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 1327, declaring July 28 of every year as special non-working holiday in Cabadbaran City to be known as the Cabadbaran City Day, by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1328, establishing a comprehensive system for registration and licensing of social welfare and development agencies and accreditation of social welfare and development programs and services, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 1329, providing for the registration, regulation, and operation of cooperative banks, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 1330, mandating the representation of cooperatives in the Board of Directors of the LBP, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 1331, establishing the Transportation Cooperatives Development Loan Fund, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1332, institutionalizing the PUV modernization program, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1333, amending certain provisions of the Philippine Cooperative Code of 2008 to further strengthen the cooperative movement in the country, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Cooperatives Development.
House Bill 1334, mandating each LGU to allot to cooperatives 2% of the appropriations for local development projects, by Representative Espares.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1335, ensuring the fundamental equality of men and women under the laws on marriage and family relations, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 1336, to make National Women's Day a non-working holiday, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 1337, requiring all employers to institute sitting breaks during work hours for their female employees workers and to provide proper seats for this purpose, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1338, amending Title VI of the Family Code by removing and/or erasing classifications between legitimate, illegitimate, and legitimated children, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1339, expanding the grounds for legal separation, amending for the purpose Article 55 of the Family Code, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1340, decriminalizing adultery and concubinage, repealing Articles 333 and 334 of the Revised Penal Code, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1341, repealing Article 247 of the Revised Penal Code, by Representatives Brosas, Castro France, and Manuel.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1342, upgrading the Dr. George P. Royeca Hospital in the city of General Santos into a Level 3 General Hospital, to be known as the Dr. George P. Royeca Memorial Hospital under the direct supervision and control of the DOH, by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1343, creating the Philippine Livestock Authority, by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1344, allowing and regulating the use of motorcycles as PUVs, by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1345, creating 4 additional branches of the MTC in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed at the city of General Santos, by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1346, creating the General Santos International Airport Authority, by Representative Acharon.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1347, providing for the comprehensive management of hazardous waste, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1348, establishing the Public Schools of the Future in Technology, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1349, establishing the Barangay Integrated Development Approach for Nutrition Improvement of the Rural Poor as a linkage program for all SUCs and community colleges, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Rural Development.
House Bill 1350, expanding the use of Legal Assistance Fund, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers and Affairs.
House Bill 1351, providing for a National Employment Assistance Program, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1352, placing the provincial, sub-provincial, and district jails under the jurisdiction of the BJMP, by Representative Yap Christiantel.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1353, establishing the 2nd District Engineering Office in the province of Aklan, by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1354, increasing the bed capacity of Dr. Rafael S. Tumbocon Memorial Hospital in the province of Aklan from 162 to 500 beds, by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1355, creating 2 new branches of MTCs, all in the 2nd District of Aklan, by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1356, establishing a 50-bed capacity district hospital in the 2nd District of Aklan, to be known as the Western Aklan District Hospital, by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1357, providing for the reapportionment of the province of Maguindanao into 3 legislative districts, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1358, upgrading the Iranon District Hospital into a secondary level hospital and increasing the bed capacity for general care services from 70 to 200, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1359, upgrading the Datu Bla T. Sensuat District Hospital into a secondary level hospital and increasing the bed capacity for general care services from 100 to 200, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1360, creating a Sharia judicial district in the National Capital Region and creating 1 Sharia district court to be stationed in the City of Manila and 2 Sharia circuit courts to be stationed in the City of Manila and the City of Taguig, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1361, creating a Sharia judicial district comprising the province of Palawan and the City of Puerto Princesa and creating 1 Sharia district court to be stationed in the City of Puerto Princesa and 2 Sharia circuit courts to be stationed in the municipalities of Taytay and Brooks Point, province of Palawan, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1362, providing social security benefits for barangay officials and volunteer workers, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1363, declaring the first day of February of every year as National Ihab Day and promoting an understanding of the Muslim tradition of wearing an ihab, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Muslim Affairs.
House Bill 1364, providing for the benefits and privileges to single persons and their dependents, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill 1365, expanding the coverage of the Act defining violence against women and their children, providing for protective measures for victims, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia.
To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality.
House Bill 1366, converting the Sulu State College in Jolo, Sulu into a state university to be known as the Sulu State University, by Representative Nograles Margarita Ignacia.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1367, postponing the December 2022 barangay and SK elections to October 9, 2023, by Representative Almario.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1368, establishing a senior citizens one-stop shop and livelihood center in every municipality, by Representative Mastura.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1369, upgrading the Datu Odin Sinsuat District Hospital into a secondary level hospital and increasing the bed capacity for general care services from 50 to 200, by Representative Mastura.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1370, establishing a national program for the cacao industry, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1371, declaring the province of Camarines Sur as the wakeboarding capital of the Philippines, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1372, establishing and determining a community forest in Santa Teresa and Tapual in Baao, Camarines Sur, by Representatives Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Special Committee on Forestation.
House Bill 1373, declaring the 31st of July of every year as a special non-working public holiday of the Tangalan Aklan to be known as Tangalan Day in celebration of its separation from Makato Aklan and in commemoration of the heroes of Vivo Revolt, by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1374, upgrading the minimum monthly salary of public school teachers from salary grade 11 to salary grade 19, by Representatives Swansing Micaela Angela and Swansing Horacio.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1375, providing for the modernization of the public health emergency preparedness and response capabilities, establishing for this purpose the Center for Disease Prevention and Control, by Representatives Swansing Micaela Angela and Swansing Horacio.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1376, defining the crime of economic espionage and providing penalties therefor, by Representatives Swansing Micaela Angela and Swansing Horacio.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1377, creating a Criminal Justice Reform Commission charged with the investigation and prevention of wrongful convictions, by Representatives Swansing Micaela Angela and Swansing Horacio.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1378, strengthening the field offices of the COMELEC by upgrading and creating certain positions, by Representatives Swansing Micaela Angela and Swansing Horacio.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1379, creating the Philippine Onion Research Institute, by Representative Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill numbers 1380 and 1381, establishing certain regular campuses of the Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, by Representative Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill numbers 1382 and 1383, declaring the immediate environs of the Diocesan Shrine of St. John the Baptist Church, also known as Taong Putik Dambana ni San Juan Bautista in Bibiclat, Aliaga, and the Immaculate Conception Parish Church, Sanctuary of the Holy Face of Jesus in Nampicuan, both in Nueva Ecija, as tourist destinations, by Representative Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1384, declaring Colosboa Hills, also known as the New Zealand of Central Luzon, located in Colosboa, Coyapo, Nueva Ecija, a tourist destination, by Representative Swansing Micaela Angela.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1385, punishing dog meat trade, by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1386, providing a standard of care for the treatment of persons with bleeding disorders, establishing treatment centers, by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1387, granting civil service eligibility to government employees, granting conditions whose status of appointment is either casual or contractual, and who have rendered a total of 5 years of efficient service, by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1388, repealing the Continuing Professional Development Act of 2016 by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1389, creating the Department of Technical Education and Skills Development by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1390, mandating the creation of Philippine Exclusive International Gateway, prescribing the manner of creation, control, and taxation thereof by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 1391, exempting any Good Samaritan acting in good faith to assist another who is in danger, wounded, or requires immediate medical assistance from any subsequent liability due to unintended injury, loss of life, or damage to property as a result of providing assistance to such person by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill 1392, establishing a medical scholarship and return service program for deserving students by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1393, requiring the placement of automated external defibrillators and the creation of an emergency response team for medical emergencies in all offices, schools, workplaces, government offices, agencies, and other similar institutions by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1394, strengthening and modernizing the warehouse receipts law of the Philippines by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1395, amending provisions of the Public Service Act by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 1396, the revised Animal Welfare Act of the Philippines, creating for the purpose the Animal Welfare Bureau under the DA by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1397, regulating the application of local charges imposed by international shipping lines to comply with existing laws and obligations in contracts and international commercial terminology, establishing guidelines therefore by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1398, regulating the manufacture, use, sale, packaging, distribution, and advertisements of vapor products by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1399, mandating all companies, service providers, industries, and other similar entities that use wires and/or cables, especially those that are engaged in the business of providing telephone, cable, internet service, and power supply to the public to relocate and/or install their wire and cable system underground by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 1400, separating the regulatory and commercial functions of the PPA by converting it into the Philippine Ports Corporation for Development, Management, and Operation of Public Ports within its system, and transferring the regulatory functions to the Marina by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1401, banning traditional small-scale community incineration by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1402, transferring selected national government agencies and GOCCs to New Clark City, Pampanga by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Government Reorganization.
House Bill 1403, declaring the foreshore areas that line the Albay West Coast in the 3rd District of the province of Albay as tourist spots by Representative Cabredo.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1404, declaring Jovellar Albay as an ecotourism zone by Representative Cabredo.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1405, establishing the Mount Masaraga protected landscape in the province of Albay as a protected area under the category of protected landscape by Representative Cabredo.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 1406, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center to be known as the Ligao Albay TESDA Training and Assessment Center by Representative Cabredo.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1407, upgrading the Alabat Island District Hospital in Alabat, Quezon into a Level 3 General Hospital to be known as the Alqueres General Hospital under the direct supervision and control of the DOH by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1408, mandating the appointment of at least one BHW in every barangay by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1409, regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, and maintenance of buildings by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1410, creating a Bureau of Private Schools by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1411, institutionalizing a national cacao development program, creating for the purpose the Philippine Cacao Council by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1412, declaring June 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in Calawag, Quezon in commemoration of its founding anniversary by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1413, amending certain provisions of the Universally Accessible, Cheaper, and Quality Medicines Act of 2008 by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1414, declaring climate-smart agriculture demonstration farm and eco park in Barangay Bukal Maligaya in Ginayangan, Quezon as ecotourism zone by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 1415, strengthening the regulatory system in the country to combat counterfeit pharmaceutical products by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1416, establishing a national patient navigation and referral system for the purpose of strengthening the provision of healthcare delivery system by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1417, creating the Lamon Bay Development Authority by Representative Tan Keith Micah, Attorney Mike.
To the Committee on Government, Enterprises, and Privatization.
House Bill 1418, declaring the acacia trees in Binalonan, Pangasinan as local heritage trees by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 1419, penalizing lane splitting of motorcycles and providing penalties therefore by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1420, providing for the development of green spaces in barangays, municipalities, cities, and provinces by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1421, financing the Education for All initiatives from the annual VAT collections by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 1422, establishing a national program for the Filipino gifted children by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1423, amending Section 9 of PD number 1586 by increasing the penalties thereof by Representative Guico.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1424, establishing the Agriculture Information System in all cities and municipalities by Representative Estrella.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1425, to strengthen the resiliency of small farmers against climate change and extreme weather risks by establishing the regulatory framework and program for a free index-based agriculture insurance, providing the source of funding, therefore, by Representative Estrella.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1426, institutionalizing the establishment of instructional gardening programs in all public and private elementary and secondary schools by Representative Estrella.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1427, prohibiting the development of production, stockpiling, use of chemical weapons, and providing for their destruction and providing penalties by Representative Bustos.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 1428, granting cash and other non-monetary benefits and incentives to Filipino artists who have brought honor and recognition to the country by winning in international competitions by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1429, strengthening the NHA and extending its corporate term by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill numbers 1430 to 1435, converting certain roads in Sorsogon into national roads by Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1436, increasing the positions reserved for PWDs by Representative Zubiri.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill 1437, establishing an oxygen production facility in Maramag, Bukidnon by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1438, mandating the appointment of BHWs in every barangay by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1439, encouraging volunteerism during emergencies by protecting volunteers from liability by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill 1440, reducing the excise tax on certain petroleum products by Representative Go Mark.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 1441, converting the local roads stretching from barangays Kamingawan and Carolan in the city of Kabangkalan in Negros Occidental into a national road by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill numbers 1442, 1443, and 1444, separating certain national high schools in Negros Occidental and converting it into independent national high schools by Representative Alvarez Mercedes.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1445, jump-starting opportunities for businesses and ensuring employability of the Philippine workforce through expanded competency-based learning and skills training to drive inclusive development and sustainable growth, and establish for this purpose a National Future Skills Council by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1446, creating Region 6B by Representatives Benitez, Paduano, Valmayor, Yulo, Alvarez Mercedes, Gasataya, Limcaychong, Sagarbaria, and Teves Arnolfo Arni.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1447, establishing the Negros Occidental High School for the Arts and Design by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1448, creating one additional branch of the RTC in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in Silay City, Negros Occidental by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1449, increasing compensation of social workers in government service by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Social Services.
House Bill 1450, improving teacher quality through the establishment of a Teacher Education for Achievers program by Representative Benitez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1451, appropriating the amount of 1 billion pesos to be used for the infrastructure development of the Alubihid campus of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1452, declaring certain portions of Cagayan de Oro City to be known as the Cagayan de Oro Iponan Watershed as a protected area under the category of protected landscape and its peripheral areas as buffer zone by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 1453, establishing a city public college in Cagayan de Oro City to be known as the Cagayan de Oro City Public College by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1454, appropriating 2 billion pesos for the demolition of the burned-down Hall of Justice and the construction of a new and modern Hall of Justice in Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1455, creating the Cagayan de Oro River Basin Development Authority by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1456, changing the name of the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines into the University of Science and Technology of the Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1457, establishing the Technoparks Development Fund for the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1458, authorizing the construction of a sports complex in Cagayan de Oro City by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Bill 1459, establishing the Cagayan de Oro Special Economic Zone in Balubal, Cagayan de Oro City, Misamis Oriental, creating for this purpose the Cagayan de Oro Special Economic Zone Authority by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1460, providing for the establishment and construction of an international airport in the center of Mindanao, particularly in the area between Damulog, Bukidnon in the north, Antipas, North Cotabato in the east, Carmen, North Cotabato in the south, and Alamada, North Cotabato in the west by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1461, to declare as national heroes those who led the revolution against Spain and the U.S. in Mindanao by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1462, creating the Mindanao Power Corporation by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Energy.
House Bill 1463, creating the Mindanao Railways Corporation by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1464, appropriating the amount of 2 billion pesos for the extension of the Cagayan de Oro Coastal Bypass Road from Barangay Gusa up to Barangay Bugo in Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Oriental by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill numbers 1465 to 1472, establishing national high schools in certain municipalities in Zamboanga del Sur by Representative U. Jazel Victoria.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1473, providing for the construction of the Cagayan de Oro Skyway by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1474, providing for the completion of the J.R. Borja Extension Road by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1475, providing for the expansion of Isalina Bridge in Cagayan de Oro City from a 2-lane bridge to a 4-lane bridge by Representative Rodriguez Rufus.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1476, declaring an elective official ipso facto resign from his office upon filing of a certificate of candidacy for a position other than the one for which he has been elected or is holding in a permanent capacity by Representative Lagman.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1477, repealing Article 133 of the Revised Penal Code by Representative Lagman.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1478, providing that the seasonable filing of a motion for reconsideration and/or appeal shall stay the execution of the challenged order or decision by Representative Lagman.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1479, providing for standards for the practice of rehabilitation medicine by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1480, prohibiting any form of discrimination on the basis of ethnicity, race, religion, age, sex, gender, orientation, language, disability, educational attainment, economic status, health, and other standards by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 1481, providing for the venue of the criminal and civil action in libel cases against a community or local journalist, publication, or broadcast station by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1482, increasing the bed capacity of the Laguna Provincial Hospital, San Pedro District Hospital in the city of San Pedro, Laguna from 35 beds to 50 beds by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1483, exempting drugs and medicines prescribed for mental health conditions from the VAT by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 1484, converting the 1st District of Laguna into the lone legislative district of the city of San Pedro by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1485, to protect Filipinos from the harmful effect of trans fatty acids by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1486, penalizing the no permit, no exam policy in all educational institutions by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 1487, creating a dental unit in every rural health unit under the DOH as part of the primary approach in the delivery of health services by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1488, establishing job placement offices in public high schools to provide career services to the youth by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1489, amending the Act to prohibit and penalize wiretapping and other related violations of the privacy of communication by Representative Matibag.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 1490, instituting the Medical Reserve Corps by Representative Fernandez.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1491, establishing the Virology Institute of the Philippines by Representative Fernandez.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Science and Technology.
House Bill 1492, amending PD 1829, penalizing obstruction of, apprehension, and prosecution of criminal offenders by Representative Fernandez.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1493, to enhance food security and ultimately achieve food sovereignty through the efficient production, processing, marketing, and distribution of agricultural products by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1494, establishing an elderly care and nursing complex in the city of San Jose del Monte in Bulacan by Representative Robes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1495, setting the standard for the distribution and operation of water supply for domestic purposes by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 1496, providing for equal employment opportunity and equitable treatment in employment to all persons by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1497, declaring the last week of August as National Youth Mental Health Week by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1498, establishing the use of ecological waste-to-energy management system by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1499, amending RA 10930, amending Section 23 of RA 4136 as amended by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1500, putting a ceiling on interest rates upon loans and forbearances by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 1501, providing for standards for the practice of rehabilitation medicine by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations.
House Bill 1502, instituting a re-employment program for retired employees and workers in the civil service and private sector by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation and the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1503, prescribing additional eligibility requirements for bidders and contractors to participate in the procurement process by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 1504, to enhance the regional development councils by creating a regional development administration by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1505, instituting an elderly employment system by Representative Robes.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1506, protecting and promoting the rights of eco-warriors by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill 1507, establishing a framework for citizens' participation in legislation and rulemaking through the use of information and communications technology platforms by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on People's Participation.
House Bill 1508, instituting policies for the protection and welfare of cleaning workers such as street sweepers and garbage collectors by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1509, declaring the city of San Jose del Monte in the province of Bulacan as human resource capital by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1510, amending the Anti-Rabies Act of 2007 by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 1511, penalizing acts of road rage by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1512, strengthening workers' right to security of tenure and criminalizing labor-only contracting by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1513, strengthening the constitutional rights of government employees to self-organization, collective bargaining and negotiation, and peaceful concerted activities and use of voluntary modes of dispute settlement by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1514, providing civil service eligibility and permanent appointment to all government casual and contractual employees under job orders, contract of service, memorandum of agreement, memorandum order or understanding, and other similar contracts who have rendered at least 3 years of outstanding government service by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1515, instituting the Magna Carta of Filipino Seafarers by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 1516, institutionalizing mechanisms for the recognition, integration, and transition of workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy to the formal economy by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1517, fixing the probationary period of employment of academic personnel in private schools by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1518, strengthening union organization and disallowing cancellation of union registration by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1519, protecting employees in cases of merger or consolidation, sale or transfer of all or substantially all assets or businesses of their employers by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1520, instituting workers' claims as statutory first lien on the assets of the bankrupt employer by Representative Mendoza.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1521, establishing a national high school in Ibahay, 2nd District of Aklan, to be known as Western Aklan National High School by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1522, establishing the Aklan Airport Authority to administer and operate the Calibo International Airport and the Katiklan Airport by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization and the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1523, institutionalizing the alternative learning system in basic education for out-of-school youth, adults, and children in special extreme cases by Representative Haresco.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1524, mandating motor vehicle buyers to provide a proof of parking space or facility as a requirement for the purchase of motor vehicles and registration with the LTO in order to decongest roads in Metro Manila by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1525, mandating a moratorium of financial obligations under state of calamity by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 1526, increasing honorarium and Christmas incentives of barangay officials, including barangay tanods, members of the Lupon ng Tagapamayapa, among others, and granting other non-monetary benefits by Representative Herrera.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1527, instituting the Charter of the National Library of the Philippines by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1528, regulating the sale of prepaid SIM cards, providing penalties for violations thereof, by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Information Communications Technology.
House Bill 1529, to require each agency of the government to establish and implement a policy under which employees shall be authorized to telecommute, by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1530, expanding the purposes and application of the Special Education Fund, by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 1531, expanding the act to prohibit and penalize wiretapping and other related violations of the privacy of communication, by Representative Romulo.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill 1532, amending Title I, Chapter 3 of the Family Code of the Philippines, prescribing additional ground for annulment, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 1533, amending Sections 9 and 27 of the Voters Registration Act of 1996, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1534, amending certain provisions of the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill 1535, prohibiting the display or advertisement of government officials' names and photos in all government, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 1536, prohibiting political turncoatism and providing penalties therefor, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 1537, creating the Lake Mainit Development Authority, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 1538, requiring mandatory autopsy on bodies of crime victims' deaths under mysterious and suspicious circumstances, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill 1539, prescribing maximum interest rates on loans or forbearance of money, goods, or credit, or any monetary obligations, and providing penalties therefor, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 1540, amending Section 386 of the Local Government Code of 1991, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1541, regulating the operations and imposition of fees for the use of parking spaces and parking facilities in various establishments, such as accommodation, commercial services, food services, health services, retail services, educational institutions, including independent parking enterprise, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 1542, requiring broadcast media to allocate adequate free airtime for public service announcements on vital public issues and concerns, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 1543, reimposing the death penalty on certain heinous crimes, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 1544, requiring both new applicants for driver's license as well as existing licensed drivers to undergo mandatory roadworthy driving seminar and actual driving test before the issuance or renewal of their driver's licenses, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1545, regulating the use of sidewalks and public roads in all urban areas, by Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1546, providing for the Magna Carta of BHWs, by Representative Co. Angelica Natasha.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1547, providing for the protection of BHWs for continued health services, by Representative Co. Angelica Natasha.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1548, strengthening the national preparedness and response to public health emergencies, by Representative Bustos.
To the Committee on Disaster Resilience.
House Bill 1549, providing for the mandatory appointment of a nutrition officer in all provinces, cities, and municipalities in the country.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 1550, providing pension benefits to farmers and fisherfolk through the establishment of a pension fund for farmers and fisherfolk, by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill 1551, providing for the free COVID-19 testing for all job hunters, by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 1552, providing for the establishment of CAP flight standards inspectorate centers in Visayas and Mindanao, by Representative Zubiri.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 1553, providing for a national eye service program for the elderly with functional visual impairments, by Representative Zubiri.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 1554, penalizing any person from committing reckless endangerment against another person's life, safety, and property, by Representative Bustos.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill numbers 1555 to 1561, 1563, and 1566, establishing and determining certain community forests in Camarines Sur, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond El Rey, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 1562, authorizing the advanced use of the BOC's excess tariff revenues from rice importation and other possible sources as special emergency fund, setting up the Rice Farmer Financial Assistance as direct cash transfers to rice farmers, by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 1564, strengthening assistance to farmers, fisherfolks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries by institutionalizing direct credit support to said sectors by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Agrarian Reform.
House Bill 1565, authorizing the DOH to set and approve the bed capacity and service capability of all DOH-retained hospitals by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill numbers 1567, 1568, and 1569, establishing certain satellite multi-species marine hatcheries in Camarines Sur by Representatives Villafuerte, Luis Raymond L. Rey, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Horibata, and Enciso.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend the reference to business.
Session suspended.
Madam Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension session.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to elect the following members to the Committee on Rules as Assistant Majority Leaders. Zamora Isabel Maria, Domingo Dani A, Garin Janet L, Jonicio Ernesto Jr., and Arbison Munir Jr. To the Committee on Accounts as Vice Chairpersons, Vergara Rosana Ria V, Zamora Maria Carmen S. As members, Albano Antonio Tony Petty, Ang James Jojo Jr. A, Areñas Maria Rachel J, Aumentado Maria Vanessa C, Duhali Alan Aldo R, Matugas Francisco Jose Bingo II, Nograles Margarita Ignacia, Revilla Ramon Jolo III, Roque Laarni, Tambunting Gustavo S, Yap Christopherson M, and Salimbangon Janice Z. To the Committee on Agrarian Reform as member, Bongalon Raul Angelo. To the Committee on Agriculture and Food as Vice Chairpersons, Alvarez Jose C. and Bautista Claude P. As members, Villa Saldi S., Horibata Chuyoshi Anthony G., Garcia Vincent J., Duhali Alan Aldo R., Salo Ron P., and Garjola Tirso Edwin L. To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, as members, Sali Dimzar M. and Duhali Alan Aldo. To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, As Vice Chairperson, Abunda Maria Fe R. As members, Garcia Vincent J., Duhali Alan Aldo R., Zamora Maria Carmen S., Chan Maria Cynthia K. To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, as Chairperson, Tieng Erwin C. As Vice Chairperson, Ko Ricardo T. As Member, Amante Loreto S. To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation, as Vice Chairperson, Nograles Margarita Ignacia B. To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments, as Chairperson, Rodriguez Rufus B. To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, as Member, Corvera Dale B. To the Committee on Disaster Resilience, as Vice Chairperson, Corvera Dale B. As members, Amante Loreto S., Morden Michael M., and Chan Maria Cynthia K. To the Committee on Ecology, as Chairperson, Uwano Dizon Emery Lollipop. As Vice Chairpersons, Alvarez Jose C. and Plaza Adolf Edward G. As member, Amante Loreto S. To the Committee on Economic Affairs, as members, Nograles Margarita Ignacia B. and Co. Angelica Natasha. To the Committee on Energy, as Vice Chairperson, Marcoleta Rodante D. As members, Sally Dimsar M., Garcia Vincent J., De Los Santos Alfred C., Bautista Lim, Claudine Diana D., and Reyes Ray Florence T. To the Committee on Games and Amusements, as Vice Chairperson, Acop Romeo M. As members, Angara Romel Rico T., Garcia Vincent J., Duhali Alan Aldo R., Co. Angelica Natasha, Bautista Lim Claudine Diana D., and Reyes Ray Florence T. To the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, as members, Amante Loreto S., Cruz Ricardo Jr., Corvera Dale B. To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, as member, Amante Loreto S. To the Committee on Government Reorganization, as Chairperson, Flores Jonathan Keith T. To the Committee on Health, as Vice Chairperson, Garin Janet L. As members, Agaraw Maria Jamina Catherine B., Zamora Maria Carmen S., Cruz Ricardo Jr. S. To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, as Vice Chairperson, Abunda Maria Fe R. As members, Garcia Vincent J., Duhali Alan Aldo R., Zamora Maria Carmen S. To the Committee on Indigenous Cultural Communities and Indigenous Peoples, as Chairperson, Mangawang Allen Jesse C. To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, as member, Duhali Alan Aldo R. To the Committee on Interparliamentary Relations and Diplomacy, as member, Horibata Tsuyoshi Anthony G. To the Committee on Labor and Employment as member, Agaraw Maria Jamina Catherine B. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises, as Senior Vice Chairperson, Suansing Horacio Jr. P. As members, Bautista Claude P. Garcia Vincent J. Zamora Maria Carmen S. Bautista Lim Claudine Diana D. Yap Edvic G. Plaza Adolf Edward G. and Cruz Ricardo Jr. S. To the Committee on Local Government as members, Tan Joseph S., Cruz Ricardo Jr. S., Salo Ron P., Tan Sherney A., Morden Michael M. To the Committee on Metro Manila Development as Vice Chairperson, Chua Joel R. To the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development as member, Chan Maria Cynthia K. To the Committee on Mindanao Affairs as Chairperson, Balindong Yasser Alonto. As Vice Chairperson, Corvera Dale B. To the Committee on Muslim Affairs as member, Tan Sherney A. To the Committee on National Defense and Security as Vice Chairperson, Plaza Adolf Edward G. As members, Zamora Maria Carmen S., Cardema Dixie May S. To the Committee on Natural Resources as member, Amante Loreto S. To the Committee on North Luzon Growth Quadrangle as Chairperson, Barba Angelo Marcos. As member, Fariñas Rudy Cesar. To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation as Vice Chairperson, Abunda Maria Fe R. To the Committee on Public Accounts as member, Yaf Edvic G. To the Committee on Public Order and Safety as Vice Chairpersons, Acop Romeo M. and Plaza Adolf Edward G. As members, Regencia Celso G. Bustos George Patrol, Briones Nicanor B. and Cardema Drixie May S. To the Committee on Public Works and Highways, as Vice Chairperson, Bautista Claude P. As members, Tan Joseph S. Sally Dimzar M. Angara Romel Rico T. Garcia Vincent J. Duhali Alan Aldo R. and Morden Michael M. To the Committee on Revision of Laws, as Chairperson, Maceda Edward Vera Perez. To the Committee on Science and Technology, as Chairperson, Marquez Carlito S. As member, Bongalon Raul Hangelo D. To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, as Chairperson, Dalog Maximo Jr. Y. To the Committee on Tourism, as Chairperson, Madrona Eliandro Jesus F. As Vice Chairpersons, Angara Romel Rico T. Chan Maria Cynthia K. Agarao Maria Jamina Catherine B. As members, Sally Dimzar M., Horibata Chuyoshi Anthony, Zamora Maria Carmen S., De Los Santos Alfred C., Briones Nicanor B., and Abunda Maria Fe R. To the Committee on Trade and Industry, as members, Cruz Ricardo Jr., Nograles Margarita Ignacia B., Goles Anthony Rolando Jr., and John Maria Cynthia K. To the Committee on Transportation, as Vice Chairpersons, Bautista Lim Claudine Diana, Ferrer Antonio A., Pancho Agustina Dominic C., Cruz Ricardo Jr., and Garjola Tirso Edwin L. As members, Nograles Margarita Ignacia B. To the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare, as member, Acop Romeo M. To the Committee on Visayas Development, as member, Chan Maria Cynthia K. To the Committee on Ways and Means, as member, Zamora Maria Carmen S. To the Committee on Welfare of Children, as Vice Chairperson, Chan Maria Cynthia K. To the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, as Chairperson, Roman Geraldine B. As Vice Chairperson, Chan Maria Cynthia K. As member, Nograles Margarita Ignacia B. To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, as Chairperson, D. Faustino Michael III. As Vice Chairpersons, Nograles Margarita Ignacia B. and Hernandez Alcantara Charis Ann C. As member, Romero Michael L. To the Special Committee on Basis Conversion, as Vice Chairperson, Cruz Ricardo Jr. S. To the Special Committee on Bicol Recovery and Economic Development, as Vice Chairperson, Bongalon Raul Angelo D. To the Special Committee on Creative Arts and Industries, as member, Ko Angelica Natasha. To the Special Committee on Flagship Programs and Projects, as Chairperson, Bautista Claude P. As Vice Chairpersons, Bautista Lim Claudine Diana, Garcia Vincent J., Duhali Alan Aldo R., Zamora Maria Carmen S., Dayang Hirang Nelson L. As member, Tan Joseph S. To the Special Committee on Food Security, as members, Sally Dimsar M. and Hagedorn Edward S. To the Special Committee on Land Use, as Vice Chairperson, Hagedorn Edward S. To the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, as Chairperson, Tan Shirley A. As member, Morden Michael M. To the Special Committee on Reforestation, as Chairperson, Bulut Begtang Elinor C. To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens, as Chairperson, Ordanes Rodolfo Ompong M. To the Special Committee on Strategic Intelligence, as Chairperson, Bustos George Patrol. To the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea, as member, Hagedorn Edward S. To the Committee on Appropriations, as Vice Chairpersons, Cuaresma Luisa Lloren, Cabredo Fernando T., Duhali Alan Alduar, Garin Janet L., Tan Samir A., Aquino Jose II S., Suarez David JJC, Arenas Maria Rachel J., Alonte Marlene Len B., D. Faustino Ino V., Matugas Francisco Jose Bingo II, De Venecia Christopher VP, Vargas Alfonso Baby Alin, Espina Gerardo Jerry Boy Jr. J. D. Ian Paul L. Bongalon Raul Angelo D. Alvarez Jose C. and Kuwa Midien Vice Arenas Maria Rachel J. as members. Tan Joseph S., Sally Dimsar M., Cruz Ricardo Jr., Angara Romel Rico T., and Cruz Ambrosio Jr. C. Madam Speaker, I so move.
There's a motion to elect the aforementioned members. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the aforementioned members are hereby elected to their respective committees. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a couple of minutes.
Session suspended.
Para makabawas para bukas.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we could reconsider the approval of Journal Number 1 dated July 25, 2022.
There is a motion to reconsider the approval of Journal Number 1. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The approval of Journal Number 1 is hereby reconsidered. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to correct the attendance in Journal Number 1 to reflect the presence of the Honorable Charis Ann C. Hernandez of the Lone District of the City of Calamba during the calling of the roll of members. Hence, the correct result of the roll call during said session is 310 members instead of 309.
There is a motion to correct the attendance in Journal Number 1. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve Journal Number 1 as amended.
There is a motion to approve Journal Number 1 as amended. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Journal Number 1, dated July 25, 2022, is hereby approved as amended. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve Journal Number 2 dated July 26 and 27, 2022.
There is a motion to approve Journal Number 2. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 2 p.m. tomorrow, August 2.
Session is suspended until tomorrow, August 2 at 2 p.m.
Yes. Yes.
Alright, congrats Sumali. 8:37. Sa inyo ma'am talaga nakasananay lang ha.
At last, uwi na.
Thanks, boss.
Oh, picture na tayo.
Yeah. May picturean pa?
Para kung sino mga natap na eh. Eh, picture tayo. Para kung sino mga naiwan. Mga masisipang. Para